ain't gonna like me very much because I'm about to turn on my book and go to sleep.
On the road anyway.
We're doing a child and family advocate. We need good child and family advocates out there.
And plus some Starbucks.
McDonald's.
Glad you joined us, Beth.
That'll work.
All right, ship is still
breakfast
going.
left. It's 11 o'clock.
Don't see Mayor Garland doing much talking. He's doing his rant. That's it. That's it. He's done. No more. Let me ask you a question.
Elon Musk is a Democrat who admittedly supported Biden.
Massey.
And he became a critic of the administration.
What's up, Massey?
And exposed the censorship regime. Now, per public reports, the DOJ has opened not one but two investigations of Elon Musk. Mark Zuckerberg, on the other hand, spent $400 million in 2020 tilting the elections secretly for Democrats. No investigations whatsoever. The American public, these look like mafia tactics. You pays your money, we look the other way. You get in our way, we punish you. The American public sees what these tactics are. Now I want to
get some else somewhere else, or we'll be on 75 for a while. I think Trevor's here. Man, we definitely wouldn't have made much anyway.
Right, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Hey, Albie.
I can figure out
there are some restrictions on that, but we can handle classified information, and we fund your department, so you need to provide that.
It's not, respectfully, it's not an issue of classification. It's an issue of commenting on ongoing criminal investigations, which is something that by long-standing department policy we are restricted in doing. And in fact, the last administration actually strengthened those policies partly.
That's not our policy, though, and we fund you, so let's move on. Do you know how?
So I'm not going to violate this form of rule of law comment on investigation of time.
Peter Navarro was indicted for contempt of Congress. Aren't you, in fact, in contempt of Congress?
Yeah.
You give us this answer. This is an answer that's appropriate at a press conference. It's not an answer that's appropriate when we are asking questions. We are the committee that is responsible for your creation.
Bar right here.
For your
Oh no,
existence.
that's on the side.
Continue to give us this
Get it,
answer.
Massey.
Aren't you, in fact, in contempt of Congress when you refuse to answer?
Congressman, I have the greatest respect for Congress. I also have the greatest respect for the Constitution and laws of the United States. The protection of pending investigations and ongoing investigations, as I briefly discussed in another dialogue a few moments ago, goes back to the separation of powers, which gives to the executive branch the sole authority to conduct prosecutions. It's a requirement of due process and respect for those who are under investigation, protection of their civil rights.
You use it as a cudgel.
Respect. With all due respect to that, Iran-Contra was an ongoing investigation, but that didn't stop Congress from getting the answers. You're getting in the way of our constitutional duty. You're citing the Constitution. I'm going to cite it. It's our constitutional duty to do oversight. Now, in the video, that was your answer to a question to me 2 years ago. When I said how many agents or assets of the government were present on January 5th and January 6th and agitating in the crowd to go into the Capitol, and how many went into the Capitol. Can you answer that now?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, of course not.
Well, last time, you don't know how many there were, or there were none.
The answer to either of those questions, if there were any, I don't know.
You don't know
or whether there are any.
Unbelievable.
I think you may have just perjured yourself that you don't know that there were any. You want to say that again? That you don't know that there were any?
No personal knowledge of this matter. I think what I said last time.
You had 2 years to find out. And today, by the way, that was in reference to AFs, and yesterday you indicted him. Isn't that a wonderful coincidence? On a misdemeanor.
Let's go.
Meanwhile, you're sending grandmas to prison. You're putting people away for 20 years for merely filming. Some people weren't even there yet. You've got the guy on video. He's saying go into the Capitol. He's directing people to the Capitol before the speech ends. He's at the site of the first breach. You've got all the goods on him, 10 videos, and it's an indictment for a misdemeanor. The American public isn't buying it. I yield. bounce my time to Chairman Jordan.
Answer the question.
Woo!
I'm going to ask one now.
Yeah, let him answer. Let him answer.
Go ahead.
The discovery in the cases filed with respect to January.
Sassy with Massey.
Just one of the prosecutors provided whatever information they had about the question that you're asking. With respect to Mr. Epps, the FBI has said that he was not an employee or informant of the FBI. Mr. Epps has been charged.
Why did he get such a sweetheart?
She won't leave on that today on that subject.
The charge is a joke. I am the chairman.
Charge is a joke. Charge is a joke, and we got Ray Epps today. Gosh, I forgot about that too. I'm glad you mentioned that. Ray Epps has his actual plea deal today. So who's this? Oh, it's Stinky Eric Swalwell. All right, well, we're gonna leave that one there. He's gonna stink up the whole place with bang bang, bang bang bang. All right, we got a couple comments, my friends. Carrie D, what's up, Carrie? Says, I heard on Glenn Beck last night that there was some sort of legislation.
We're doing good. We're heading to West Virginia to a music festival called Hope in the Hills. HealingAppalachia.org. 400 miles today.
What would be some good arguments to make against this legislation? Well, the follow-up would be like if you sell a single firearm, anything that's an infringement on your Second Amendment rights, right, shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. That is an infringement on your right to keep and bear arms. One of the things that you do when you keep and bear arms is you have to purchase them, right? You got to purchase them from somewhere. And so if you're buying them from somebody else and that person cannot sell them to you, then that's really an infringement, would be my argument. But in stuff like this, it's a rule change. I think that right now they're probably trying not to run afoul of the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act. That when they make these changes in the executive branch, they can't just do them haphazardly. There needs to be some notice and some due process to it. But I didn't know that they were trying to do that. But that's what I would say. The Vales here says, "Good morning, America. It's a huge oil run."
Yeah, we got an Airbnb in a little town called Penn Springs, West Virginia, with festivals in Lewisburg.
Well, the trails are clear to drive on. Don't expect your wallet to get you from point A to point B. We have to speculate that oil tycoons have every intent to keep everyone with the ability to stay on the confines of town of which the citizens reside. The oil tycoons don't want anyone to travel outside of their state unless they got millions in their pockets, keeping everybody hunkered down. The Veil says, it is a Senate that lost all respect with how they bankrupted our nation. Therefore, I can show up in swim trunks and a beach towel. Well, I think Susan Collins was joking about that. Susan Collins could be the person who just solves this all for us, this entire dress code thing. Susan Collins says that she's going to show up in a bikini. You know who Susan Collins is. You might be into it, I'm not sure. But Susan Collins says, where is it? There she is. Collins went on to clarify, Majority Chuck Schumer, after the announcement, Susan Collins joked, says that she would be wearing, she says, quote, I plan to wear a bikini tomorrow to the Senate floor. Collins went on to clarify, says, obviously I'm not going to wear a bikini, which I think she should, for sure. But all of the issues that we have to deal with right now, ranging about the possibility of government shutting down, we're talking about the dress code, that's extraordinary to me. Well, that's because Democrats have their spirit animal, John Fetterman, representing all Democrats out there with his intelligence, wit, his work ethic. They want to be like him. They want to emulate John Fetterman, which is why they're reconforming the Senate to be like him. Weird thing to fix your wagon to, but that's the Democratic Party for you. What can you do about it? All right. Should I ask what she would look like in a bikini? Well, just look her up. Just look up Susan Collins. Right, he says, Susan Collins wearing a bikini. Suddenly I'm in favor of the new dress code. Oh, God, Uncle Shane's mind will explode, says John. Kay Tyler says, I think all Republicans should show up in Trump 2024 t-shirts. That's a good idea. Not Brandon says, that's what Garland's doing. The non-responsive app answers. These attempts to expunge student debt really boil my blood. A lot of these people went to a frat house for 5 years, and now they want us to foot the bill. Yeah, they should be accounting for getting a worthless degree and not making me pay more taxes. I can't pay more taxes. I'll have a mental collapse. Ha! I know, not Brandon. Every time taxes come up, I feel like I have a mental collapse myself. 51K says National Registry is one step closer to confiscation. Yeah, I didn't know about that. 51K says I don't think a lot of people do. Mystic says Chuck and Ray Garland, anyone else involved needs to be impeached. What is the purpose of the majority in the House? Well, currently I think sending letters is really what their purpose is. We'll see if they lead to anything useful or meaningful. But yeah, Massey was fired up. That was good. Raymond says, I didn't realize the economy was that bad. Even a congressman can't afford a suit. Wow. It's true, man. It's hitting everybody hard. Fetterman looks like they just pulled him off the streets of San Francisco. You know those people hunched over on Fetterman? He's but he could be one of those people. If you took Fetterman out of the Senate and you just put him in the middle of the streets of San Francisco where people are defecating on themselves, it'd be hard to tell the difference, wouldn't it? You'd be like, wow, that's what he's doing over there. That's a good point, Raymond. It's a good point indeed. And hey, Rob White sent this one in. It says Secretary Mayorkas announces the establishment of the Homeland Security Experts Groups. Yeah, Rob, we talked about that a little bit in the after party yesterday. John Brennan, James Clapper, Paul Colby, they all signed the Hunter Biden laptop fake letter. And I pulled this up. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I was thinking about maybe doing a full segment on this, but probably won't get to it. But yeah, they created this new homegrown intelligence experts group to communicate their expertise. Now, the last time they communicated their expertise, they liked us, and they created a fake letter that was fake, saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian misinformation, and it is definitely not Russian misinformation. It's all actually accurate, but they're cobbling together this team anyways, because they're freaked. We got Brandon Lesko in the house, says, what a wacky Wednesday with Broccoli Rob hitting the Let's Go Live button without giving me a heads up. Well, Brandon, hopefully you got the notification bell pressed aggressively so you get the notifications. Hopefully that happens. But yeah, we're a little live today, a little earlier today, and we'll be earlier on the show in an hour or so. And I got to wrap it up, my friends. We've got NY says, if I had one question to ask Garland, it would be, Judge Garland, how do you feel about Trump not taking your appointment when he became president? You hold a grudge? This shows his appearance of obvious bias against Trump and the Republicans. He cannot fairly be AG. I have no doubt he's very unhappy. He's not going to be on the Supreme Court. Probably why he's a little bit agitated against all those extremist Republicans in cahoots with Joe Biden. But, my friends, I got to run. It is a beautiful day. We will come back here 2 hours earlier, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern time for the live stream tonight in a few hours. I hope you have yourselves an incredible day. Until then, we'll be back here soon. Until then, make it a great day, my friends. Bye-bye.
So, as of right now, you work 10. Okay, off your leave. Alright. Okay. So, as of right now, we have an authorized meeting. No projects in that. Drop time. It's not going to drop time. It's currently going off of East Food Street. So, this is off the roads. Okay. You're on foot. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. This is a roadside point. Okay? So we notified you for the reason. We can't provide license registration for things like this. At that point, we failed to identify to the law enforcement officers. Yes. Once again, this is not roadside court. So. Okay. So if we can't get a police department, as long as I still need to identify you. That's fine. Well, that's my reason for coming up. Okay? Yes. No, you're not free. Once you identify once again, I was told you you can't stop. Okay, sir, so here's the thing. Okay, cool. So, I'll explain the reason. Yes, sir. Okay, so, sir, this is not roadside court. Okay, so this is not roadside court, so you can't please identify yourself. Okay, well, sir, that. Okay, how do you see our identification? Now you have to choose registration and get forms. It's on your watch. I may see your registration.
Hey, Jody. Oh, actually heading south to West Virginia. Nasties, yeah, that sounds good. I think we'll be able to order them again pretty soon. Cool us off. Now we're heading to West Virginia. We're heading well, the festival's in Lewisburg.
Mr. Jeff, just two things. When we first initially saw you were on foot by the business, it appeared it was a stop violation. Over there, we couldn't get out. No big deal. When I get to the vehicle and I run the tab, dispatch says it doesn't have a record, which is common with a dealer tab. I didn't know that you got this registration, so I watched you on the other side. It appeared to be a dealer tag, so it is. All your credentials are verified, so you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was watching a video. moron. Yeah, yay, yeah. Yes.
I have a car from on the line that wants to fly. He's so good on the table too. You were called this show when you were raising that.
Dirty. I got your message. We're just now coming through Findlay, Ohio. She's sleeping. She's napping. I'm late last night packing and stuff. Get things ready. It's all good. Nice. I didn't even know he was streaming. I'll put a little bit of that in the background.
Yeah, different.
Especially even for him, 'cause he's out by Texas area, right? I don't know. We'll see. Might run into some areas where it's not worth doing it, but I'm gonna try and stay, at least have either this channel or the other one going. I'd like to get this one over 500, so make things a little bit easier after the strike gets lifted. Yeah, that's what we were figuring too. We got started a little bit late anyway. Probably wouldn't have happened anyway.
Room 225 in the Oakland building. Of a 94-year-old female that fell and hit her head. She is bleeding. Time now 12:26. Channel 2.
Are you still out here? Eight and 93.7. 8 and 93.7. I'm a 76. Pickup county I wanted to take something out of having Montgomery County outside the
You were cut off. Can you read that? depending on everything for mission enforcement. Boy, 80679, Boy, 80679, Franco Sticker 3793, Franco Sticker 3693. Quarters 19 out of Virginia. Good,
Dog fleas. I test the wife when she wakes up. Other than combing out the egg, making sure you comb out the eggs and stuff. If they've already got them. Best thing is to use the Simparica or something like that. that'll happen. Maybe a good conditioner for them. Some of them you can practically leave in too. There's a cop up here, but I don't see it. Got some lawn chairs in the back that are in a bad spot. They're squeaking. Let's adjust that when we stop. Here's the cop. He moved. Report him.
sure is. That'll be good. Yeah, Gordon, no operator. Alright, well.
To the Liberty Report. With us today is Daniel McAdams, our co-host. Daniel,
Good morning, Dr. Paul. How are you?
good. We're going to do good things today.
Christina off of the sub-slavery utility.
Good article. See, I think we could stay in business, which is hey, business is the business of our special interest. It looks like we'll never run out of ammunition. The things that we need to talk about. Not that it hasn't been done for a long time, and sometimes the conditions of chaos and wicked governments have lasted forever and ever, but sometimes it gets worse than ever.
ETA there?
A real challenge right now. What's going on?
Well, with no stops, it's saying 6:17 p.m.
Very much weakened. And the one goal of the enemy, which I put in the category of cultural Marxists, they do want to destroy what we have. They want to usher in their salvation.
Field 7 is out of service.
They believe, I think they
Yes,
believe
Madam
it's
Chair,
good
please,
now.
forward.
They claim it's going to be better, good for the people. And the logic goes to this. The people usually suffer.
All right, thanks, Dirty. Appreciate you popping in.
The Major Valley Analysis Center open.
Yes, minutes, welcome.
For our republic and for America, generally admired.
Three. 4 Finley, 6-3. 223, 224. Historical vehicle, 181, Zebra Lincoln John. That's 181 DLJ.
Of course, this was our first president, George Washington. He was not as libertarian as we would have liked, but he took on and led the charges against a very authoritarian government. And that he was recognized, and turned out becoming a king. He understood that. this past century. But he now is the target. You have to target this information. Trump has been pretty good at mentioning this. We don't have a country if we don't have borders. If anybody can walk in and steal everybody's property and get rewarded for it, if you try to stop him, you get arrested. That's what's going on in this country. So, but the other thing is, to show that we don't have a country is destroyed history, attack history. The Marxists and Soviets, they were all very much aware of that.
I think that's like big flag you need to send on 27 non-local.
I don't know how many times people would say it's successful. Maybe it's a success when they convert some people, but sometimes that rallies the remnant. And that might be what's going on now, because even though the attack on our heroes in the past,
I think that's like, yeah, you need to send on 27 local. Not 27 local. My number one message to national, you're thinking 1245.
it has been noted that, we don't probably go to that. Maybe this is a bad sign that you feel the roads right now. So I'm not totally surprised. It's disappointing that they feel this threatened and they're just desirous of having the dictatorship that they foresee. So now, New York City, leading the charge for liberty, once again, the best thing they can do for their cause is to turn down the volume. They're supplying what's turned down the volume. Defending that. But it's a little bit different than George Washington. A little bit better than Stalin. But right now, one of the last sacred symbols of our republic is George Washington. So it'd be a shame if that happens. I would say there's a bit of a large demonstration. You can argue against that you should not do it, and that you should be more liberty and this notion of a true republic and
This is what happened. These are the people who go for
enslaved to this imaginary thing that they had. So they're talking about reparation. What you're saying is we need to take down Washington's statue because he is the shade of slavery. So that's Washington's guilty, according to democracy. There's people who supported Washington. Round up and eventually one Washington gets out and has the shifting
Hey, Oklahoma. Long drive today. Long drive today.
Slave the working people. This mysterious slavery, which things were changing. That was the introduction. The American Republic was the introduction to overseeing, and system of country that people exercise personal liberty. That's not the argument. That's the
Ran right up on my bumper when I just swung out. Fucking idiot.
somebody else and said, the federal government needs to go and rob somebody else because it's screwed up here. They're saying, the slaves going to be here.
Go get that ticket for me. Jeez.
Line to the Washington apartment. Getting jail for 3 San Antonio, email in the lobby. She needs the right and she needs the right for hospital, and now it's 12:51.
Yeah, we've been on just like telling our government because the great tragedy of this is back, especially this stuff, that it was still annoying to me. I mean, the deaths were a big issue. All our spending money, Americans being lost, but it still bothered me a lot because I sort of been fascinated about history. And more I read about it, well, that's that about that early history. When did decency have its first notice? When did they first talk about it? So it's when they tore up all the old things. I mean, there were various religions, but they were thousands of years old, and they just came in and used bombs and money, and who started that war? We were over there, it was part of our empire. We admitted our place and remake the Middle East. They remade it all right, but not for the better.
Well, let's move on to something more optimistic.
Cops up ahead here. Yep, we're on the side here. That's why he pulled over already.
Yeah, and the important word here is he didn't say, I'm going to stop it forever, expediting it.
Come on, dude.
Very quickly. They can do it within hours. Very, very quickly because there was an emergency. They want to expedite it, and he can stop that. It might take several days. It gets the attention, and why would anybody do this? To stop the legislation. And that's one place where emphasize the issue of absolute majoritarianism and the majority vote to do this. What do you do with all this? I think it results in your cities and other is a result of a misconception of what democracy is all about. Because all you have to do is control 51%. You're going to get one to the minorities. It seems to dawn on you that if you make the majority safer, then there is the protection for the minority. The minorities are protected by the rule of law, which sort of lost.
Not clear? Unit power is clear?
That because that's the last argument that we use. So use the
This is a very, this is a lot about reaction. American people search for pressure on their members of Congress, especially the House of United States. This is kind of a military drive to the Senate. The other side, the opposite side, wants to fight.
All right. Ready, Mary, unit total 23.
Don't stop. Don't think. Just pass the vote. So I think some people should be plausible for as long as they can. Stop having the things and pass it forward. Just think about is this a smart idea?
Where do you want to jump over there? Black Mercedes, 2-door, Michigan tag. Just had it 101.
Ooh, 101. It was moving. I'm in
199
Jared Dixon's area. Coming up on Marion.
This afternoon, I'll be in Rockville. I'm gonna pop up those lights laying down on the side of the road.
Nearby.
Come here.
Well, the proof is out. The evidence is there. It's in the building. But just think of what America has set. The example is that the freest country in the world, the most prosperous country in the world, and the greatest amount of justice at one time. So, yes. And they say, no, humanitarianism is something only the knowledge of the people who get control of the government and hook the money. They divvy up the loot, and they make sure that people are well treated. When people get homeless and there's trouble, and it's not really their fault or the government, what they do, humanitarianism meaning $125,000 per tent, and they put up the people that are being homeless.
This is where we're going. Sorry I missed you on Dr. News. There we go.
That's how you win an election. I mean, I guess Biden is learning from Zelensky. Just arrest the opposition, and then you have a good chance of the election. There's something from the right one. Take part first. Biden begs for billions more to protect freedom. Here's a little bit more. His name is Gonzalo Lopez, an American citizen. Here's what the right one says. The lawmakers on Capitol Hill in Washington debate sending billions more to
Henry Street on inDOCtriNATION, Chevy 4-door, Lucky Color, Fire News 22.
On allegations of spreading Russian propaganda, throwing into question the status of free speech in the supposed democracy the Biden administration argues is working taxpayer dollars.
You know, this is a good example. You should get a good message out of this, because remember, over these last 7 years, how we tried to explain why lockdown.
This truck don't know how fast he wants to go. He's passed me twice.
Anyway, it was the hypocrisy that really aggravated the
Marion County.
seem to universally despise hypocrites.
You're clear. I'll put you on a stand. Callers in the office lobby.
This is what they're doing right now. It's hypocrisy for us to do this and claim that we're making the world safe for democracy and Ukrainian freedom. At the same time, they no more care about that than man on the moon. It's all propaganda. But what about the people in leadership in this country, the people who want to continue this process? That's why I think one good thing that seems to be happening is that we lament and we're cautious about the speed and the collection of information on every one of us because the main reason because the government's
Oh, he's gonna try and whip around him on the right. What an idiot!
Information can be
Yeah, you're stupid.
beneficial because some of the things that transpire
Look at this. Look at this.
can transpire in 24 hours.
Look at this.
Where people read and hear about it. Used to be, if you
Man,
really
got
have this
raped by that truck.
technology,
Damn.
it might take a year or two for the people to really look how long it took the Russian people to decide that the Soviet communism wasn't a good idea. But today, hopefully, I'm trying to look on this as positive, say that the speed of information might wake people up, about what they're really doing when they're attacking the Washington Monument and this sort of thing.
Well, the thing about holding Gonzalo there for having the wrong views, I watched a couple of his podcasts. I'm not so bad that he was simply putting out interesting information on the scene in Kharkov about what's happening. And he had a different view. He didn't have Ukrainian flags all over his head.
LVA.
He certainly wasn't a Russian propagandist. I would feel pretty objective, leaning toward the pro-Russian side. They snatched him out of his apartment and threw him in jail. He came out and said he would have much of him torture. He snatched him and put him back in.
Coming through town. Jared.
Henry Frank
Conk.
That's
4 exits from Marion.
We are aware of the detention of Mr. Murray. Take our role in assisting U.S. citizens abroad seriously.
Also, Leader Street on the 2013 ring truck, black in color. Now at age 42 and sworn.
You just tried to hold that person.
And the Americans hands off. Hands on this because other people do dirty work and encourage send money to do this. But what about an example of a salon?
I can speak to about that word. I'm not here with you.
But we didn't march in when we got him arrested and put him in a court trial here. He's not even an American citizen. We go around our empire.
Long trip ahead of us.
Still is they can try to get people to say, maybe he isn't a threat, to the world. He's a threat to the authoritarians, the dictator. That's what I'm thinking. That same way. So when they do this to a journalist, like they're doing to this person, that is strictly because they're intimidated and they're frightened of the truth, and that's why they have to silence people like that. But like I say, information spreads quickly, and maybe you can take that and say, hey, this should feed into the
Here, I have one more plate for you.
Here's something, a real twist on this. So there's a man that dresses as a woman, an official spokesperson of the Ukraine military. Apparently, this person is a sergeant. And this person put out a video clip we're watching in a second, implying very strongly that Gonzalo
Henry Roberts, 10254, return track nothing file.
We will hunt you down. Everyone else like it. Play this 35 seconds. This seems like
Ford, 4-door, red in color, 21,000 worth.
Their obsessive focus on the Ukrainian volunteer is simply allowing the light of the Ukrainian nation's honesty to shine brightly. Next week, the teeth of the Russian lash ever harder, and their rabid knives will throw an uncontrollable frenzy as the world
That's a brown lake cow that belongs to the house at the corner of First and Prospect Upper in the southwest corner.
Propagandists will all be hunted down, and justice will be served as we in Ukraine are led on this mission by favorite God.
You know what my first thought is this is Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't really exist.
Yeah.
This is is it, do you think, extreme to say this is an American mouthpiece?
Yeah.
You know, the people who want to, take the side of NATO and America, Ukraine, in a way, that's an exaggeration, but Ukraine really doesn't exist.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah.
They have an American spokesperson and saying, we're going to hunt you down. We're going to take care of Gonzalo.
Every day, no damage comes through for 46.
You're the expert on me. But this got the attention of Jake. Senator he had an exchange with this person. And he is
1431 second.
I'd like to buy your administration. So, hey, who's this crazy Ukrainian spokesperson?
Check, okay.
And whether they stand by the case or their attack on free speech. Went on to say they can hire any kind of weirdo look, we should do contacts. He actually sent a letter to Biden. This is a series of questions about this person. Whether this person's hired by the U.S., whether it works for U.S. intelligence.
13. She was in charge of this, and she really believed it. It came from her heart. She was on. She was about as far away from journalism as you could possibly get for a sense of fairness.
And the rest of us, really.
Yeah.
Well, in Czechoslovakia, the right-wing journalist from human rights, he was put on the kill list. And who else is on that list? So it's not funny at all. We've already killed Daria Gavina and another one. So these are our wonderful ones. One last thing. It's the same kind of thing. Hang on. Things are not exactly. This is from the New York Times. Evidence suggests making this caused market tragedy. You remember just a couple of weeks ago, the marketplace was hit by this. There were a lot of civilian casualties. Zelensky, as you should be surprised, the Russians are shelling civilians, killing civilians. Well, now that all the furor has died down, the Russians have they did a little investigation a few weeks later. It wasn't the Russians, it was Ukrainians.
On the humane call, Lane Columbia?
No, I thought this can't necessarily hurt our arguments.
Let me know when you find me reading some not working.
They're admitting it. It should fall arguing that they might have had that first information and convinced a lot of people. And it's not that I'd convince them once you convince them. But it's still, I think the evidence is there. They said, we messed up, we said the wrong thing. So our point ought to be careful what you read. And, the information is coming out quickly. But the false information can come out quickly too. And that's a contest that's going on. And that is why people are just searching, begging for an ability to find people who just tell the truth.
Well, massacres are very convenient populations because they don't give people do something about this. We remember back when we were talking about Syria, there was people who saw it gassed his own people and told him, we got to do something. Of course, Trump did lots of pieces of it. Turns out later it wasn't decided at all. It was our moderate rebels. And so this calls into question a lot of things in Ukraine. Like, remember the Bucha massacre, quote unquote, that had some very suspicious people. Well, you need to have that kind of effect to shield people's anger and frustration. I'm not blaming the Ukraine.
Southbound exit 199. John Young Zebra 9016.
Saying, don't let a crisis go to waste. So they
199. Let's see where that is.
And if part of their goal is confusion, this adds to that confusion and getting people all mixed up. But that's one thing that our argument for non-interventionist foreign policy really is pretty neat. We don't get involved in these kind of discussions.
648, 2000 Chevy van out of Marion.
Invasion, where the border means nothing. People come in and illegally
Correction, 2009 Chevy out of Mount Gilead break.
This is an invasion. I've been thinking, for years and years, decades. I can remember all the way back to World War II.
Christopher Thomas, 36 years of age. He's valid.
Airway warnings that we had to go through when the lights went off during World War II. Always they couldn't be coming, they couldn't be coming. But it turns out they're here.
Yeah.
And it's philosophic. It's this cultural Marxist philosophic movement that people fall for, and then they have so much control of this that if you resist it at all, anything of this crazy, homosexualism, all that, you don't go, well, you're the bigot, and you're the one that doesn't care about civil liberties, and yet civil liberties solves all those kind of problems that you have if you just believe in voluntarism.
Voluntarism.
Let me close out if you're ready. Why don't we go ahead and all this together as a last photograph? Because I do want to say, Dr. Paul, we had an unbelievable response. There we go. We had an unbelievable response. Yesterday we launched our fundraiser. We don't do it very often. We got to keep the lights on. Try not to cost people. And we want to give back something for their donations to the Ron Paul Institute. That's on the Ron Paul Institute. Here you are checking out a draft copy of your book, a few weeks ago. Well, we announced yesterday that this book will be premium. A thank you, let's say, to people who donate to the Ron Paul Institute. I was looking at this one, I couldn't believe how many. I'm starting to worry about our supplies. So we will offer this book for a donation of $50, a soft cover. For a donation of $100, a signed by Dr. Paul, not by me, signed by Dr. Paul, soft cover, and a forever book, a hardcover book, signed by Dr. Paul for a tax deductible donation to the Ron Paul Institute. I will put some info in the description on how you can make your donation, get your book just in time for Christmas. I will say, please be patient. We aren't Amazon. We don't have 24-hour delivery service. So to pack these up. So please be patient.
Can you advise yourself for your name?
Very good. And once again, I would like to express my
Everyone is David Farrell Jr., 38 years of age.
We do this program.
Can you spell that last name?
For several reasons.
It's Frank Edward Robert Edward Lincoln Lincoln.
Because I've been doing this in one way or another a long time ago, and when I was doing it before I was ever even a candidate, way back.
Frank Edward Robert
early 70s.
Edward Lincoln Lincoln.
Because of an intense interest, and as time went on,
Okay, what's his name?
we started with the idea that who cares? I'm an OB doctor.
Date of birth is 10/27/84, 10/27/84. Okay, 606, you said if you wanted to go to the library, back to the library. 45 minutes forward, 5100, 75 units, or something.
And also, in hopes that
You want to go to the library, 5100, 7290?
and that's
Are you going to the library and studying now?
And I argue the case that nothing happens to start improving things and getting rid of the nonsense is
Their dispatch has his information.
deal with the debt. People say,
Okay, I advise Lieutenant that's as far as what's going on.
I remember back when Goldwater made his name by talking about the debt. It was way back in the 50s. I'll tell you what, the debt is a big deal. It's bigger than ever. It's still growing. Liquidation of debt and malinvestment and liquidation of all this regulation is a big adjustment. But not if you do the right thing. The right thing, yes, I already mentioned my favorite, one of my favorite.
Signal 2 around post
It's
51.
having thousands of bureaucrats and an army that defends an empire and real busy saying we're going to solve all these problems. No, I think a few things like volunteerism is a good idea. Don't have any associations unless both sides volunteer on it. You know, sound money. The most important measuring rod is the unit of account. And up until 1971, we had a definition of it. Now we don't. So there's still, it's not complicated. I'm convinced, and I had evidence of this, that we could get young teenagers during the presidential campaign come in or get hold of it and be very understanding of what's going on, because it isn't complicated. And the goal, of course, is wonderful. It's allowed you to have your own life, and wars are less, and there's much more prosperity. So the arguments are there, and therefore, when we have success, we're hopeful. We're really hopeful, and we're very, we benefit tremendous from that. So that is the reason I always finish the program with thank you very much for tuning into the Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
Test pavement, next 4 miles.
I'll be going for a church today. John Adam Edwards, 6436. John Adam Edwards, 6436. Fortune 31.
1856.
1856.
We have a push on the west side with John Henry George, 7687. +20, fuel risk free.
Sold on board hour 20 and fuel risk is 3, heading up to Riverside. Your time is 13:17.
Oh shit, that truck's got to catch on fire. Ooh, the truck's on fire. Damn.
The PD officer was unable to contact at the address of the dog with anybody. You want me to print the notes off and forward it to you? So I'll go later and try and make contact as well. That's good. Thank you. Yep.
switch on. What the hell's wrong with flat?
336 is 3.
336.
Henry David Bowie 5106. Henry David Bowie 5106. University in Phoenix.
Caledonia, 77, owner 57 years of age, Connie, she's valid. 1850, York County, 63. Okay.
Good. Oh, yeah, I would say it.
Check the area.
That's affirmative. Just to put me on it. You're clear. I also have the owner of the house you responded to earlier on the line. You want to speak with them?
Okay, thank you. Making disregard on smells room. Incapacitated on my way over to Prospect.
Thank you.
And you're licking whipped cream off a kielbasa and you're putting it in your mouth and you're jamming the kielbasa all the way down your throat. Oh my God, look at that. The entire kielbasa is going down. She has swallowed an entire 13-inch kielbasa. Robin Puppy is a whole lot.
Howdy, effing.
I get too flustered in my day. So sometimes I start talking and I'm not able to convey the message the right way because I just get flustered and frustrated. Watching him wave to his face that thinks that he cares about them, and it's actually the people that he cares about. There's part of me that understands, like, alright, he's somehow still not there because he's brainwashing them into thinking that something great is going to happen. Nothing's happened. I don't know. I get.
What? You got a potty? Huh? What's he doing? Trying to get to the window.
No. White Castle said they have video of inside and outside
Same
building.
exact
You know,
drop.
they come inside the mills route.
Made by the same exact.
But they need a thumb drive to give it to you guys. If you're able to get that.
All right, we'll stop. Goodness. Giving you lip. See? She doesn't normally do that. Huh? Oh, good. Delaware here, there's all those stores and stuff. You know. Scoop him up so it doesn't hurt.
We do have snow showing tonight in the room for the
Hello, Bubbies.
Auto is George Fleshman. George Fleshman.
I guess. Come on. My name is Roy, and I for the most evil invention in the war contest, I went to the
engine 430. Go ahead and start with a 10 for out of station 331, please.
His leash is right on the floor, right in the middle behind him.
And it can twice as many children as a
folks. Quit running. Go. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sheets up here. I have a Sheets card, by the way. You have one with the garage. Walking the grass. Do you know? Oh, baby boy.
Grab a water too.
Huh?
Yeah, water and I'm gonna go pee. Water and what else? Bushmilk.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Come on, Bubbles. Hang on.
Who is Jeremy and what is the delivering? Well, I'm a commentator, I guess. I'm a Midwestern dude who uploads 4 or 5 videos a day covering everything from big tech to YouTube to technology to culture, movies, video games, Well, I decided to just quadruple down in the face of losing nearly $30 billion rematch. They are literally trying to put a content creator in prison for their opinions. You're going to find interviews on my channel. You're going to find deep dives. You're going to find breaking news. You're going to find long-term coverage. Everything you need to stay in touch, you're going to find on the portal. If you're watching this video, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. I really think you're going to find wonderful videos today
turn the camera around so you guys can see him. Why is this not playing? He's muted.
Wednesday.
All right, I'll be right back.
Interesting day with lots of news. Lots of news. I hope that you're all ready to talk about all the insanity going on in the world. I'm trying to go back to X-Split to try and see how that does.
No, thank you.
Coaching on it. Change my software, so that's why I apologize for that. Let's get right into some of the insanity. The push to separate you from your freedom of speech is on. We know in the United States, they've been doing this behind the scenes using third-party corporations. The FBI uses companies and think tanks to manipulate speech and to investigate everyday Americans and infringe upon personal rights. But in the UK, there's a new act that dropped, that was approved, that would give the government there sweeping mass surveillance rights, even into encrypted and encrypted apps like Signal and WhatsApp. And this little clip, former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern says free speech is a weapon of war and censorship is necessary to protect free speech.
Companies and nonprofits to help improve research and understanding of how a person's online experiences are curated by automated processes. This will also be determined to understanding more about risk and disinformation online, a challenge that we must desperately address. Sadly, I think it's easy to dismiss this problem as one in the margins. I can certainly understand the desire to leave it to someone else. As leaders, we're rightly concerned that even the most light-touched approaches to disinformation
Right on live right
the values of free speech we value so highly. But while I cannot tell you today the answers to this question, to the norms we are valuing. After all, how do you successfully end a war if people are led to believe the reason for its resistance is
on the site, I have reserved on the site of Hayes and Shanahan. It's going to be a female there that's fine. And we'll lead. Tell you further.
Don't you want to be safe, everybody?
In these times, I'm acutely aware of how easy it is to feel disheartened when you're facing many
Females that are in a domestic shelter together, they got kicked out. She now trying to get away from that. Female won't leave her alone. Female won't leave her alone.
There is a new tool to overcome. Every attempt to push the world into chaos
Happy trail, there's been a road.
have the lens and just need the collective will.
Censorship. That that's the censorship. You know, that's what they want. Places like New Zealand and Australia they're afraid. They're in big trouble. And then in the UK, you just had the online safety bill. Ooh, that sounds good.
1870 shift code 40s in her vehicle. Code 40s in her vehicle.
The threats to our way of life. Inaccurate information, regardless of intent, can be harmful. For example, the spread of by the way, this passed, folks. This is not like up for debate or whatever. This passed. Inaccurate information, regardless of intent, can be harmful. For example, the spread of inaccurate anti-vaccination messaging online poses a risk to public health. The government is particularly aware of disinformation, and we all know that that's the they push propaganda all the time. That's called the message. Disinformation threatens these values and principles and can threaten public safety. This act, this Online Safety Act, by the way, gives the government sweeping control as an intermediary, even inside applications that already offer end-to-end encryption. The Online Safety Bill also mandates new age checking measures, so you have to give the government an ID. It also pushes large social media platforms to become more transparent about the dangers they pose to children. Yes, think of the kids, everybody. Give them their rights. We don't want two more terrorists. We don't want more terrorists trying more kids in the towers, guys. You wouldn't want that. Would you? Stop 9/11. Take your shoes off at the airport and get foot fungus to stop 9/11. Don't you want to do that? Be inconvenienced with the security fear that is the TSA. Don't you want to give up your rights? Do you want, do you want a 9/11? Airline disaster. What was that? This is literally
D1 mile, starting mileage is 1417114.
Buddy. From a community at large. Yeah, how do you feel about those computer websites?
No, I'm not impressed. Re-elected, would you increase the frequency of garbage pickup?
Well, citizen, that's an excellent question, and I thank you for it. I think it's great we live in a town where you can ask questions. Because without questions, an answer without a question is a statement.
He looks me in the eye.
Him, I'm voting for him.
I don't understand. He didn't even say anything and they're eating it up.
Oh, it's undecided voters are the biggest Mrs. Griffin, what do you plan to do about crime in our city?
I'm not. He tried to back once. 9/11 was bad.
I agree with that.
I can't believe how easy this is.
Mrs. Griffin, what are your plans for cleaning up our environment?
9/11.
Mrs. Griffin, what about our traffic?
9/11.
So anyway, so again, not only does online age verification raise serious privacy concerns, the bill could also put encrypted.
So now it won't play both at the same
Sexual
time.
abuse material. I'm sure that's all they're going to look for. I'm sure that's all they're looking. You guys are all being conspiratorial. You're spreading misinformation. The government is only in your phones to look for child porn. It's not to make sure that you did a side job for $200 so that they can mobilize 87,000 new IRS agents. You guys, the government just wants to protect you. The government just wants to protect you guys. Stop being so. You guys are gonna make it. We're gonna have another 9/11. Give up your freedoms. Depending on how the rules are enforced, this could it will break apps and an encryption promise, which prevents third parties, including the app itself, from reading messages. You know, the whole reason people use them.
Mental health crisis.
The whole reason everyone uses these apps.
Time on 1347.
And now, sure, yeah, a lot of you are saying, haha, this is payback for giving us James Corden. But ultimately, this is exactly how it happens. And, there'll be a similar bill in front of the United States government any day now. I am sure of it. I'm sorry, 87,000 armed IRS. Didn't
You sound silly. You sound so silly.
Got a lot of time to go, but you need to knock it off. He's like, normally I'm only in the car for an hour. Let's go now.
Hours since we started the stream. But that's Cleveland. It's the same drive.
No, that's true.
Dude. Your phone is blinding me. It's okay. It's just literally like a mirror on my face. It's a convenient place to have it on your leg there, but it's killing me.
Humongous
You,
what?
humongous.
Humongous what?
That's what it is.
Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment?
No, it's humongous.
Then why did you say that to me?
It's my name.
What? Humongous what?
Humongous what?
Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment? Is that what you just did when you said that to me?
What? Humongous.
Why would you say that to me?
Yes, but my name.
Why would you say that to me?
Why would I say it?
Why would you say that to me?
Why would you ask me my name?
What? Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? This person just spoke to me in a sexually harassing
I
way.
did not.
Yeah,
Jack Decker says UK doesn't have freedom of speech. You can be arrested for a tweet in the UK. Yeah, that is true. Humongous what? Humongous what?
In the mission to create a safer life online for people across.
I know it's an old video. I said it
And we're
reminds me of
absolutely
you.
ready now, Ofcom, to crack on with the implementation of these new laws. We feel very privileged to be entrusted with this role. In a matter of weeks now, we will come out with the standards that we expect tech firms to put in place to protect children and to make sure that all of us are protected from illegal activity like this.
9/11.
So we're excited to get started.
That's what it is. Yeah, you're excited, all right. I bet you are. I bet you are super duper excited. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to offer a Canadian relocation plan. If you are a hardworking Canadian who's willing to live in a 10 by 40 garage that is heated up to 50 degrees and are willing to do yard work and gather maple syrup for me, I will provide amnesty for one Canadian. It helps if you, well, no. The harder you work, that's all I care about, really. Speaking of YouTube getting some backlash here, keeps already. YouTube search is so bad now that the results are just YouTube approved content. It's rarely small content creators that search anymore. Just mainstream opinions and content. The site is dead to me. Well, I mean, that's true. I think that, Rumble search is not good. This is something they freely admit. It's something that needs to get better. It's difficult to get good at it, but they will. But people are their eyes are starting to open up. Their eyes are starting to open up. Hey, bad news, everybody. Senior House GOP lawmaker says there's not enough votes in the House Republican Conference to send more money to Ukraine. Is Adam Kinzinger going to cry again? A lot of right-wing streamers getting hit by the IRS. How do they mess with you? Yeah, I mean, not recently, but I have been audited before, which was very expensive and very painful. Just $1 more trillion, and the victory is coming. Just another $1 trillion, and victory will be yours. Remember when Gillette put out a series of ads about how they are going to stop toxic masculinity, how they were going to save all of you from toxic men, and to prove you weren't toxic, for some reason, you were supposed to then purchase one of their razors? Do you remember that? Remember, because I remember that. I remember when I was told that they didn't want my money anymore, that they didn't want any kind of toxic masculinity from me? Well, yet another razor company has gone woke. This time it's Braun, featuring a men's beard trimmer. Features a biological woman who's had a double mastectomy to sell razors to men. Now, I think it's pretty clear to me. It's pretty clear to me that this is the way. This is a playbook type item for generating outrage and free marketing online. But I'm telling you, like, I'm so close to starting razor brand razors. If the Daily Wire hadn't already done it, I'd probably be doing it. I can be almost certain that I would. I don't know if I have the size and scale to do it, but I certainly know that, by the way, that's why I started Coffee Brand Coffee. Some people like to say the name's dumb or whatever, but I literally, that's the point of the name, is to stay, politics free, to imply I don't care what my customers' politics are. By the way, 15% off site-wide with promo code Under Attack. We've got 2 new fall flavors out, a dozen organic teas, 3 real cacao cocos. We've got K-Cups, we've got merch with this hat I'm wearing. Please consider supporting and giving us a try. We really love our products if you take the plunge. If you don't, I'll give you your money back. Campaigners fury over Braun's advert for men's trimmers, which features a biological female with a double mastectomy with the zipper top, people call it. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but I think that anybody living their life the way they want to live it, as long as it doesn't infringe on their rights, is totally fine. I don't have any problems with trans individuals at all. Now, I will point out the obvious political ploy by running ads like this. Gillette, Aries Razors, Dollar Shave Club, Braun, they are all leftist political companies that fire, I had Dollar Shave Club fire me because I was in the leftist. I mean, these are companies that are all actively political. Braun has been slammed as shockingly immoral after advertising men's trimmers with a trans model who's had a double mastectomy. Of course, they couldn't just use this biological female and leave a shirt on, because all men shave shirtless. That's how we all shave. The reason they are not wearing a shirt is to virtue sign and say, look at it, it's a trans person. Wow, trans people buy my razors. Braun executives must have been living under a rock if they think this campaign represents inclusivity. The reality is, Braun has now written itself into the history as promoting social contagion.
You see what that
and
sign
will
said?
become one of the most notorious medical scandals ever.
It's leaving distracted driver.
You're going to see massive
monitoring zone.
Massive lawsuits. It's already started. I called it years ago.
So from here on, we can be distracted.
You have all these big pharma doctors convincing young, healthy people to chop off parts of their bodies. Did you think that, did you think that they weren't going to grow out of it?
How's that? It's Columbus, isn't it?
There are. But here's the thing. Are there trans individuals, other people with gender dysmorphia? Yes, this is a medical fact. Do I believe that there are far more people who are confused and consume the social contagion and the promotion with platforms like TikTok and see people like Dylan Mulvaney get, multi-million-dollar advertising contracts, seeing people get social media famous?
We're in Columbus. We're going to head east in just a minute, about 12 miles.
Trans, do they see that and then maybe consider at 14 when they're going through really weird body changes and they're really awkward that perhaps they're trans. Yes, I believe that exists. I believe that there are large numbers of young men and young boys and girls who are confused. They complain that the grooming advert goes beyond what's acceptable under advertising standards authority. The ASA's guidance warns against glamorizing or trivializing the decision to have cosmetic surgery, which should never be portrayed as safe, easy, or risk-free. James, co-founder of Thoughtful Therapists, a group of psychologists concerned about the impact of gender identity ideology, added, quote, "Once again, we find a private corporation willing to glorify irreversible surgery being performed on the healthy chest of a woman in pure pursuit of profit." It comes just weeks after Costa Coffee was accused also of glamorizing complex and dangerous surgery by covering a van with a cartoon imagery featuring mastectomy scars. The UK's largest coffee chain defended its use of the image to promote inclusivity and diversity, but was branded as crass and irresponsible and absolute bonkers, and there were calls for a boycott of the company on social media. The image is depicting an androgynous-looking character wearing long shorts with scars below on their chest is taken from a mural designed by the chain. You know, I think that what's interesting to me is it's so easy to boycott these things. That's why I need to it's too late. The market's been cornered by Daily Wire for razors, but
Jeremy,
most of these razor companies, you know, fellas, listen to me, man. You know, like, they make a lot of money off of us. A lot. If you actually want to get off the rat race of the razors, buy a really high quality straight razor. It'll last you your entire life. Does it take longer? Does it take a while to get good at it? Yes, but that thing will last you forever. You get a leather strap, you keep that thing sharp, and it's gone, and you're off the treadmill forever. And it looks cool. And like, cool. You know, or what do you call them? Safety razors? Not straight. I don't know. You know what I mean? You know, the thing is, guys don't want to do that. They want to just take the razor and go, you know, whatever. I get it. But, you know, I think that, like, look into safety razors. Maybe that's what I should sell. Maybe I'm having a brainwave right now, you know, live during this topic. Maybe I should sell razor brand razors, the last razor you ever need. The thing is that there's not a lot of money in that, right? You can use, you know, oh, by the way, Manscaped got rid of me too, because some left-wing team no longer. So Manscaped's out too, in terms of companies that then need to cancel culture, or companies that push their own ideologies. But, you know, I think that when you have these, and this is only the beginning, right? Like, this is, you know, you see Bronze Arrow from Men Beer Trimmer, you see the comments, I'll never buy from them. You see, you know, what a Philips Norelco maybe. People are just saying, I don't get the hate. Braun are owned by Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble are owned by Vanguard and BlackRock. The entities behind these organizations care not if they lose money. They already own everything apart from the hearts of the people. They are subverting humanity through this agenda. I don't disagree with that. And I wonder why Braun didn't put the ad on Twitter. You know, I wonder why they didn't do that. This whole idea that, you know, fellas, that you have to go out there and, like, be, you know, I got to dig it. No, I have to edit that video. The idea that you have to be on this treadmill to buy razors from them, you buy razors for the rest of your life, is stupid. And this idea that, by the way, that there's something totally cool about yeah, sorry. You're gonna have to edit this video. But, yeah, it's wild. Just move on to another brand, and that'll be the end of that. Yeah, I mean, those are some nice New York homes. Of course, you see the other side of things, by the way. Trans folks freak out over trans man appearing in Braun Razor ad. It's a biological woman. It's a biological woman. I'm not going to say trans man. It's a biological woman. That is a fact. Trans folks are blasting the razor company Braun for its ad featuring a biological woman who cut off healthy parts of her body while shirtless with visible mastectomy scars on his chest. No, it's a biological woman. British critics say the ad violates regional advertising standards. I mean, it could be interesting. This could be an interesting way to push back against this. And like, it could be very, very, very interesting. The ad for Braun's razors, trimmers show Maya Forrester, transphobic activist. What? Told the Telegraph that the ad was advertising. This might be a way to push back against this.
Who cares?
She chose to. I mean, this biological woman chose to, in my opinion, mutilate herself for no sign. I've seen no convincing scientific evidence that this helps at all, by the way.
Man, woman, trans woman,
you have this
biological
situation
woman.
where this is not to sell razors to biological.
Yeah, but the thing is, the point is
to generate outrage. Well,
exactly. That's what it's. That's why they're doing. It has nothing to do with selling razors to trans men.
A safety razor or a straight razor, something that you know,
trans men know where to get razors.
Or take some time and look for a small company and scour their. Fellas, this is kind of an important decision because it's just like beer or your brand of cigs or whatever you might do. Like, you stay kind of loyal to that for everything. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how this is. Trans men shave. Braun sells soccer. Why the outrage? Okay,
football.
You can have the 0.001% of the population, while the rest of us move on to a product that is not interested in purchasing online. I've seen no convincing evidence that there's any discernible difference on suicide rate after they have these surgeries. Once they realize they're sterilized and then we'll have a family and die alone after they kill themselves. It's possible. I suspect that that's a strong case.
Let's get the F out of Columbus.
By the way, this stream is sponsored by.
Weird distraction.
I was in the middle of putting in an order right now. It seems to be helping me with kind of my general anxiety. I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for me, it seems to be helping me. And
better if eating.
You know, I have my promo code, so why not? But it's sponsored by CBD Distillery. You know, for me, I started taking CBD to help with anxiety because I wanted to try and get off of SSRIs. I don't know. I mean, obviously, this is something I'm working through with a doctor, but this is why I've been trying something different, something natural. And the thing about CBD is, you know, some of the common benefits are 90% of customers of CBD disorder report better sleep with CBD. 81% say it helps with stress and anxiety. 80% also report less pain after physical activity, better focus, concentration, lots of great benefits. CBD Distillery has a full range of carefully formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions, packed with whole body human plant compounds and vital nutrients, 100% clean ingredients, or flavors, or colors, or preservatives, and are recommended by Dr. Kevin Frey, Mayo Clinic trained internist and preventive health specialist with over 2 million satisfied customers. if you're frustrated with your health and it's not getting better, try CBD.
Wheeling, West Virginia.
CBDistillery.com. Then you got on the right path to with a 20% discount. Visit CBDistillery.com. Enter my.
I don't think there's enough CBD in the
code
world.
The Quartering.
That could make me stop taking it.
One word. Nope. CBDistillery.com.
Oh, seriously?
CBDistillery.com. Quartering. Definitely check that out. Yeah, CBD is I was looking at some of these studies where they actually did a study with CBD and they were giving different doses. And it actually,
I'm not saying that. All of your meds?
And there's actually science behind CBD helping anxiety, so I'm really hoping that it's a good fix for me because I don't want to be on these things forever, you know. I want to get off. I think I'm on venlafaxine. I haven't for like 10 plus years because I get panic attacks. But I want to get off it. So I want to try this. The therapist says give it a try. So I was looking at this one. They have some that have some small amount of THC in them. I don't know how you can explore that if it's really THC. But I was going to order the ones that don't have THC.
Oh, Delta.
I'm a gummy guy. The tinctures work better, but it feels weird. Like you just put it under your tongue and leave it there. Yeah, SSRIs make people fat. That's true. Alcohol made me fat, but I never was fat until I got on them. Okay. Remember the all-female Ghostbusters? Remember how not only was it a terrible, but unstoppable cringe fest, but then they decided that they would spit on the legacy of Ghostbusters, even though they wanted to be called Ghostbusters and they wanted to replace the Ghostbusters. And, I think that it's been very, very interesting to watch all their careers post that movie. I remember when they went after men, yelled at men for not seeing, for not, buying their product, for going to see their woke crap movie and all this kind of stuff. Now Leslie Jones is opening up on the Ghostbuster threats on her life. Leslie Jones, has anybody even said her name in forever? This is definitely not a clout grab. Definitely not a clout grab at all. Leslie Jones opens up with the brutal racism and threats she received over involvement in the 2016 Ghostbusters reboot. Why are people being so evil to each other? How can you just sit there and type, I want to end you? Who does that? Now, I will argue that I don't support that. And I remember at the time of the reboot, I covered it, there were some people saying some vile things. There was the tribute photos, which I'm not going to really describe in depth how those happen, but it's like when someone posts a picture of you with some bodily fluid on it. There was all sorts of weird, gross stuff that was going on. I think she's who got Milo banned from Twitter. And what's hilarious is, and then also Jason Reitman's unforgivable comment on fighting to increase her $67,000. She only made $67,000 to work for a couple weeks, guys. Feel bad for her. Rolling Stone published an excerpt from Leslie Jones' new memoir. Oh, I'm sure that's going to be #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. She opened up with the brutal racism and threats she received for her involvement in 2016 Ghostbusters reboot. Well, remember, the entire advertising plan for that movie was to attack the original fandom. Remember? The Sony release directed by
None of these
Bridesmaids
fucking
Paul
numbers are
Feig,
magic.
who's
50,
a moron,
30.
Male feminist who got caught cheating on his wife. I'm not making that up. That's a fact. Became the target of mean trolls for featuring a cast of all women. Jones starred in Ghostbusters opposite Melissa McCarthy, Kristen Wiig, and Kate McKinnon. Jones called the film's European press tour, where a journalist said to her, "I don't like this movie, and you've got 5 minutes to prove to me that it's worth watching." Based. What's wrong with that? Based. You've got, explain to me why I should care about a movie that spits on the past, as a director who is a fraud and has a marketing campaign of hating men. It wasn't just the racism and misogyny either, she writes. A lot of it had to do with the fact that I was playing an MTA worker. What? As though that was something I should be ashamed of. I tried to fight back. I was a comic. I was used to someone heckling me. So for every piece of BS on Twitter, I had a reply. Yeah, I remember she was, I remember when she was having a meltdown on Twitter every day. I remember when that loser, Patton Oswalt, went after Angry Video Game Nerd for not wanting to see the movie. And I remember Angry Video Game Nerd's response. The problem was, it echoed every one of our actual reasons for not wanting to see the movie. We didn't want to see the movie. I think his video was titled something like Ghostbusters Reboot, No, I Won't See It, I Refuse, or something like that. His main point was that the best opportunity to make this movie was years ago, and they never did it. In fact, he made a great point, and this is a thing I will bring everybody back together on. Remind people, they made a third Ghostbusters movie. If you take all the cutscenes from the Ghostbusters video game and watch them, I'm sure there's a video on YouTube where somebody does that. That's the third movie. Like, if that's what you want, you had like the original voice actors, everybody together. That's your third movie. There was no need. Jones ended up deleting her Twitter account for 24 whole hours because the online meanness was so bad. But she was going into it. You know, she was leaning into it. She was going back and forth with the trolls. Jones. So Jack Dorsey was the CEO of Twitter at the time, and sent a tweet to Jones telling her to DM him. She writes that he was aware that I was being brutally attacked, and worse. So she messaged him adding, "Jack put people on my account to monitor it because someone is always trying to hack me." And I remember all the people that got banned too. Later on, Leslie Jones remembered breaking down in tears because the bullying got so hostile and turned into threats. That I don't support. You know, I definitely don't support that. Oh yeah, here. I was being sent films of being hanged and white guys pleasuring themselves on my picture saying, blah, 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 blah. Who does that? I don't know who does that. That is legit unhinged, okay? I agree that is weird. But Jones also remembered that director Jason Reitman saying on a podcast that his 2021 Ghostbusters reboot Afterlife was trying to go back to the original technique and had to hand the movie back to the fans. 100% agree. Now, I thought Ghostbusters Afterlife was essentially a Stranger Things ripoff that was like made worse by having the kid from Stranger Things as the actor. It had that obvious Stranger Things aesthetic, but I still liked the movie. Is it worth rewatching, in my opinion? Maybe. I could probably watch it again now. Paul Rudd was great in it. I love the lineage of that. They were Egon's grandkids. I liked all that. There were so many great member berries. Seeing the guys all together at the end of the movie as ghosts, I thought, or having Egon come back as a ghost. I thought, how cool was that? I thought they did it so tastefully, and it tied into the original. You got to see like her watching the old Ghostbusters commercials. There were so many member berries done right that it was just a great film. So now she's mad that, you know, Reitman, the son of the original director, said we're giving the movie back to the fans. Well, Ghostbusters 2016 was not for the original fans. It was to tell you that it would be better if women were Ghostbusters. Although Reitman tried to walk it back, he later said that came out wrong. I have nothing but admiration for Paul and Leslie and Kate and Melissa and Chris and the bravery with which they made Ghostbusters. They expanded the universe and made an amazing movie. No, they didn't. It was terrible in every conceivable way. Bringing up the idea of giving the movie back to the fans was a pretty clear shout out to all those losers who went after us for making an all-female film. It was also a very bad film. Elsewhere in the excerpt, Jones said that she had to fight for her worth on the set of making Ghostbusters. It was made clear to me at a time during the process that I was lucky to even be in the movie. But honestly, I was thinking, I don't have to be in this MFer, she writes, especially as I got paid way less than Melissa McCarthy and Kristen Wiig. Well, they're bigger draws. No knock on them. But my first offer to do this movie was $67,000. I had to fight more. In the end, I got $150,000. But the message was clear. This is going to pull up on you after this. You're made for life and all this kind of stuff. And as though I hadn't had decades of successful career already, she had decades. I never even heard of her. I know she was on SNL for a while. Like, that's it. She didn't even want to be there, and it was only about the money. I, for one, am shocked. Now, I don't have anything personal against Leslie Jones. I think she's extremely unfunny, but most people. I also don't support people, you know, being racist towards her. It's simply because she took a role in a movie. I don't support those tribute pictures. That's just gross and unhinged. That said, I don't even know how you could get to completion looking at a picture of her, to be honest, but that's neither here nor there. I think it's funny that, you know, she's still talking about Ghostbusters 10 years later after making the movie, or 8 years later. And the movie sucked. It was destined to fail from the very beginning. And they blamed white men, as they usually do. Who could possibly have foreseen that?
It is pretty cringe.
I think they're called tribute pictures. I don't want to, like, you know, go into too much detail about it because it's gross. But I think that's what people call it. Her shtick was being a loud big black woman got old really fast. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that's definitely true. The media is having a meltdown, an absolute melting, because you don't automatically believe that Russell Brand is the worst human on the planet. I've seen half a dozen articles that are basically begging you to believe everything that's being said about him. Now, in my coverage of Russell, just like in my coverage of, say, Andrew Tate, for example, my position is very simple and it's extremely non-brave and should be extremely easy to hold. Waiting for their day in court, I'm not convicting anyone on hearsay. When their first thought is to run to the mainstream press rather than the police, I don't believe you. Leave a like if you believe. By the way, wherever you're watching this, please do consider following me.
Look at this guy.
Flipping
around to the right.
You know, with the demonetization of Russell Brand.
Oh, where are you going to go now, buddy?
I can diversify. The best way I can is to offer great quality coffee, tea, and cocoa to you. We roast our own stuff. I personally dial in every single flavor. I've got 60 flavors in my kitchen right now that I'm testing for Christmas. Just rolled out pumpkin pie and spiked jack-o'-lantern, which starts shipping on Monday. These are pumpkin pie was brand new, and it tastes just like it. If you put a little creamer in the flavor coffees, they're so good. This, I actually put a little whipped cream on top, and it was literally like having a pumpkin pie. And then spiked jack-o'-lantern is widely popular. We've got 20 different coffees: blueberry cobbler, strawberry cobbler, so many great flavors. We've got non-flavored coffee. Our most popular is our dark roast 004, or obviously the Colombian, the 003, or the Ethiopian 002. If you really like coffee,
use code inDOCtriNATION.
We've got decaf. We've got our Roaster's Choice program. We've got cold brew bags, which are awesome. Just put them in a 1 liter jug of water in the fridge overnight. Bam, you got cold brew coffee the next day. You've got flavored cold brew bags. They're really good. Promo code the quartering will save you money. Actually, Under Attack is still live for 15% off. Make sure you pick up your product today. Support the team here with the quartering, and I just know you love our product. The Russell Brand scandal is a media witch hunt, and it's easy to prove. This fire red state. I mean, you see, a lot of stuff where you have Russell Brand, the former actor turned political culture commentator, has grown quite a mighty audience, and that's not something the left approves of. See this article: beware turning Russell Brand's story into conspiracy theory on its own right. What the coded language here is that please believe us. We're telling you the truth.
That's crazy.
This time we're telling you the real truth. Whatever your views on the Russell Brand scandal, and there are 4 serious allegations. The decision by YouTube to suspend the comedian and the actor's ability to earn money on the platform, where he has 6.5 million subscribers, is just appalling, chilling actually, as the behavior of the as is the behavior of the BBC, which says it has removed some content featuring their former favorite bad boy from iPlayer, having access that it now falls below public expectations. Oh, please spare us the primly shuddering disclaimer, as Brand himself told ITV presenter Lori-Ann Kelly when she shrugged that some of his sleazy exploits may have been enabled by his employers. Yes, I suppose if you're in the position of some success,
that's exactly why it's out.
As long as you're making money on it.
They were fine with that behavior back when he actually was doing that behavior, and he was on that side. Now he's calling out all the things with the system and on both sides. Been clean for a very long time, and now he gets attacked.
Certainly within his industry, although as one TV veteran told me yesterday, we knew Russell was an operator with a big mouth, but we never heard any rumors of these new claims. Nothing like the stories that are going around about Seville. Admittedly, people like me on the right wonder a little bit about timing. Why was this open secret ignored for so many years? Brand's remorse. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Admittedly, it's a long and painstaking process for reporters to build evidence needed for this kind of expose. But if Brand were still a socialist pinup invited to guest edit the New Statesman instead of a quote far-right turncoat spawning conspiracy theories about the couth big pharma and the military-industrial complex to a vast audience on the social media, would there have been rather less enthusiasm to bring him to book? It is perfectly possible that there is some truth on both sides. Brand, who has admitted to hooking up with 1,000 women and at the height of his fame was catnip for the birds, insists that all encounters were consensual. But now these claims on Sunday say they weren't. Well, I don't know. The timing itself, like this now, Paramount Plus pulls Russell Brand's comedy special live in New York City from their streaming service. I wonder why, now that YouTube has set the precedent, right? YouTube has set the precedent that they will ban you if you commit, even if you're just accused of something IRL, When are they going to demonetize Cardi B? The precedent on YouTube now is that if you commit a crime, actually, if you're just accused of it, well, Cardi B admitted to it. Admitted to slipping people Mickeys and robbing them. She admitted to it. So when are they going to get demonetized? You know, when is Cardi B going to get demonetized? This is someone, she admitted it. This isn't even just online rumors. And then you push back here. Russell Brand, Channel 4 documentary hit with complaints from viewers who felt it was unfair. The people aren't even buying this. UK media regulator Ofcom has received more than 100 complaints from viewers who felt that Channel 4's expose on Russell Brand was unfair to the comedian. Channel 4's Dispatches film broadcast on Saturday night at 9 p.m. carried out various accusations of anonymous women. Russell Brand in plain sight prompted 134 complaints to Ofcom. The majority of compliments felt the program was unfair to Russell. Brand has strongly denied any kind of criminal wrongdoing. He said, Channel 4, the Times, the Sunday Times investigation.
Well, there, big old pickup truck.
The mainstream media conspiracy to silence him. I personally believe that. Leave a like on the video if you also.
Guys, slow down. But why do you slow down below the speed limit? Because there's a cop.
That Russell was getting a little too popular. He was getting a little too big.
Yep, that's about it for me, Hyro.
What I believe happened. Now, I'm not saying that I have any facts or evidence that says that these allegations are true or false. To me, it doesn't matter because of the fact that the media, I'm supposed to believe that the media knew about it for years and then just did it now. Well, if that is true, which they have said is true, it's true that I am right. If it's true that the media knew about this it was an open secret and that they just published it now, then that proves that this was a coordinated deplatforming effort. Don't they care about these women? I thought they cared about these women. His preemptive denial video has been viewed nearly 70 million times on Twitter. And and Channel 4's Russell Brand in plain sight dispatches was watched by a paltry 1.8 million people. His preemptive denial was viewed 70 million times, almost 50 times more than the documentary itself. And it wasn't a documentary. And again, you see The Guardian. The brave victims of Russell Brand's misogyny deserve full support. This time, let's get it right. Look, I don't believe you if the first time I'm hearing from you is in the media. I don't believe it. Is that so wrong? That's my personal policy. And I think that the media is getting desperate. Too many conservatives have got Russell Brand wrong.
Right?
Elements on the British right have fallen victim to a conspiracy theory mindset that neglects basic decency. Oh, it's basic decency now. Oh, okay. Okay. It's about decency, guys. Just let this guy's career be destroyed and let him be deplatformed. Let all of his comedy specials, TV episodes, everything get pulled off TV, because that's the decent thing to do. It's decent to just believe the media. And for anonymous women, he's stuck with over 1,000 that he's admitted to. How many porkers did he leave out? Over 1,000 that he's admitted to. And they could find 4. And most of their stories are extremely tenuous. Most of the stories are not even the big R. Right? The stealthing thing is bad, okay? But she continued a relationship with him, so it couldn't have bothered her that much. The threesome thing, Okay, like I'm not exactly sure. I mean, look, you may not like it, but it's the same thing with Andrew Tate. The media wants you to just believe it. Look, I have a standard, and that is a guy gets his day in court. Russell Brand hasn't even been charged with anything. If the first place you go for to get your justice is the media, you want money or fame. That is a fact. And his viewers, I mean, they're like, oh my God, stop giving this guy the benefit
today.
Please, they're practically begging.
Fuck, every 5 miles there's one in the median.
James Lindsay, right? They're telling us by the usual means that Russell Brand is being taken down by a coordinated establishment hit job. Classic move to swing the pendulum and aim its backswing at another target. Yeah.
Some hills up ahead.
The media needed its story. And they got it. Make sure today is the day.
A lot more hilly down in the central to southern Ohio than there is up in northern Ohio.
Huge sale. And if you don't like it,
northwest anyway.
We have
pretty flat there.
5-star reviews. We have something like 5,200 reviews with an average review score of 4.8 out of 5. I know you'll love it, and I would love to have your support. So this chick got fired.
Russia hates the truth.
I mean, this man got fired.
Their obsessive focus on the Ukrainian volunteer is simply allowing the light of the Ukrainian nation's honesty to shine brightly. Next week, the teeth of the Russian devils will gnash ever harder, and their rabid mouths will foam in uncontrollable frenzy as the world will see a favorite Kremlin propagandist pay for their crimes. And this puppet of Putin is only the first. Russia's war criminal propagandists will all be hunted down, and justice will be served as we in Ukraine are led on this mission by faith in God, liberty, and complete liberation.
I love how they call it the truth. The truth.
I heard about that. Cutting them down, or they're spraying paint on the lenses.
It's the truth. It's hilarious. The whole thing is just is funny to me. Maybe think about Jim, you need a coffee brand coffee app. It doesn't have to be a story. You can put an APK and download on your site. What would I put in that?
Why what?
I'm not sure what I would put in the app. Uh-oh, Piscatios. Uh-oh. Looks like Google got caught
scenery there.
A little bit of antitrust. But Google and YouTube are scared. They are scared of alternatives. Over the years, there have been many alternatives to YouTube. We call them alt tech, new tech. Places like BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble, I think VidMe was something for a while. As long as YouTube that I'm watching live, talking about things right now, that doesn't mean I don't support other new tech. I support BitChute, my videos still go there. I support Odyssey, my videos still go there. And if there was a new video posting platform tomorrow, I would be on it. Because literally anything is better in terms of truth and fairness than YouTube. Now, it's going to take years to kind of eat at the elephant that is YouTube. And each election cycle will do that. But you have situations, and each election cycle will do that. But you have situations where, the YouTube, people say this, keeps are where the YouTube people say this. Keep saying, well, YouTube search is so bad now that video results in YouTube content. It's really small content creators in search anymore. Just mainstream opinions and content. The site is becoming dead to me. Yeah, well, the Rumble search needs to improve, for example, quickly, but it is improving, and it's not necessarily the search algorithm of YouTube that people have a problem with. It's that the shadow ban and hide content and keep people down. And what's interesting is
I don't have it, Chopper.
Some of the numbers around YouTube. The CEO Chris Pavlovsky tweeted, YouTube had 20 million users per month in 2006. It was bought by Google for $1.65 billion.
Streamlabs.
While the site had a major stolen content problem, which was not monetizable. In the second quarter of 2023, Rumble reported an average of 44 million active users. So in the second quarter of 2023, Rumble has 44 million active users. That's insane, and it's not. It's barely just begun. And so this article in The Intercept is pretty clear that Google is afraid of alternatives and is willing to censor them and bury them in the search algorithm. And this is one of the reasons he wrote, we are in a multi-billion-dollar antitrust lawsuit with Google currently in discovery. Their disgusting and evil tactics are now being exposed. So here's the article. Rumble had an exclusive right to stream the Republican debate. They did. You know why? I know that. I was there. I just massive numbers for the stream, by the way. Massive numbers. Yet it was buried in Google search. Google had been in contact with the Republican National Committee about Rumble's exclusive rights. Emails now show. So once YouTube didn't have the rights to broadcast the Republican National Convention, they buried their competitor. And we see this with the way that Elon is with external links. We see this with the way Twitter, you try to link to BitChute, which is a competitor, and it said it was unsafe content. This is in my lifetime, the importance is new alt video platforms, alt internet altogether, alt banks, alt currency. This is all what true freedom looks like. By the way, check out quarteringgold.com if you want to learn about that. Leading up to August's Republican presidential primary debate, an official from Google's civics and U.S. campaigns team reached out to the Republican National Committee with a standard question.
It was all
According to a cache of emails obtained by The Intercept, does the RNC have live stream plans that I can share with the product team? Meaning, YouTube wanted it. The question made sense. For major events, people flock to Google to find out when a live event is occurring, yielding the now legendary 2011 HuffPost article, "What time is the Super Bowl?" And also, just as importantly, where that event can be watched. I mean, if you Google it's legendary. It's legendary and funny because people, they just wrote the article for the algorithm exclusively. The RNC official told Google via email that the debate would be streaming exclusively on the upstart video platform Rumble. The August 23rd debate was broadcast on Fox News and streamed on Fox Nation, which requires a paid subscription, while Rumble was the only one to stream it for free. On the day and date of the debate, however, potential viewers who searched Google for GOP debate stream were returned links to YouTube, Fox News, and news articles about the debate. According to screen recordings of contemporaneous searches, Rumble was nowhere on the first page. For Rumble, which is currently in discovery in an antitrust lawsuit against Google in California, this is a case of Google suppressing its competitor in favor of its own product, YouTube. The first Republican
it is pretty nice. This part of the state.
Example of Google's determination to squash competing video platforms, says Rumble General Counsel. Michael Ellis.
Be really
In his own
nice
words,
once the trees
Google
start
used the search
changing.
to highlight other major election
Hocking
events, but
Hills
chose not to offer the
region.
same feature to Rumble's live stream. We look forward to proving Google's continued anti-competitive conduct in court. I mean, it seems pretty cut and dry for me. It seems pretty cut and dry for me. And by the way, I hope Rumble wins, and I hope they take those billions of dollars and they use it to sign away all the best and top talent away from YouTube. And give them enough contract money to get them to leave the site forever. I'll always be on YouTube. I'm not leaving willingly. In fact, I've said this before, outside of my coffee company, YouTube is still the most important revenue stream I have. And we're in this kind of transition period where once Rumble has their network up for advertising and ad reads and stuff like that for creators, the barrier to leave is going to be nearly gone. Fortunately, they're helping bridge the gap by having signed me to a contract for the daily streams. For Google, it was really a miscommunication. The facts here are very mundane, said a Google spokesperson. People can easily find information about where to watch the debate.
How many stops this rest area?
As a part of our ongoing effort to build dedicated features in the search to more prominently showcase events like debates, we reached out to the RNC and Rumble, but unfortunately didn't come together in time to test and create a live stream feature. We've already worked with the RNC and Rumble to get this feature set up for the next debate, as we would with any live stream provider. Well, we're going to find out. There's another debate coming up in California that I'm considering going to cover for Rumble. But it's going to be very interesting to see if YouTube or if Google actually featured Rumble, because that would be awesome for Rumble. We need more normies. It can't just be all right-wing, or political pundits driving the growth. It has to be regular people. 12 days before the debate, on August 11th, Google asked the RNC for a link to the live stream or proper contact at Rumble. Explaining, as we often do for major elections, we're exploring linking to the live stream on search, and our product team is asking for a link to set up the feature. The following Monday, August 14th, Google followed up again, telling the RNC it needed the link.
Oh, we're there.
Same day it was going to be featured on the day of the debate. The RNC looped in the Rumble team. Amazing, thank you. The Google official responded on August 14th, asking Rumble for a URL. The Rumble official asked for clarity on what exactly Google needed, asking some to call. Google didn't respond, and Rumble bumped the email the next day without success. From there, both sides let it drop according to emails.
Oh my!
So they reached out.
Anytime he hears,
they just didn't decide to do it. YouTube is owned by Google and has regularly been
Mama got you.
of anti-competitive allegations from rivals who charge that Google unfairly and illegally favors YouTube in its search algorithm. Google, in fact, is in the middle of a landmark antitrust deal charged with anti-competitive practices by the Department of Justice. To be charitable to Google, the company's request for a URL that day was clear, and there's nothing more annoying in honest life than asking for a phone call when the email will do.
He's done. Let's see if we can get him to drink some water too.
URL have 9 days in advance. Is it also annoying? A Rumble official told The Intercept that the company wanted to jump on the phone to see exactly what Google needed because their system doesn't produce a live link that far in advance. The conversation between the two companies, in the end, is irrelevant as a matter of law, beyond establishing that Google was aware Rumble would be streaming the debate and didn't feature any advice on it whatsoever. The machine is scared, and as the run-up to the Super Bowl of politics, which is next year, there's going to be a lot of room for competitors that I'm very happy for, and it's going to be really interesting to see how YouTube navigates this. I don't want YouTube to go away. I think it provides an excellent platform for people to pay, support their families and have, make a living. I don't want it to die or whatever. I think that's stupid. What I want is viable alternatives, and I want them to stop putting their fingers in the space to make sure that there are viable alternatives because they control search. We know that many suspect that they, get their fingers in the cookie jar over the election. We know this, and I think that the whole thing is it's just going to be good for Rumble. I would never tell people to leave YouTube and come to Rumble, but I would encourage people to give it a try and come follow my channel there, hang out on my video. I stream every day, over 2, and there's a lot of other people that have great live shows every day, and the platform itself is growing. Much cleaner stream today, right? Much cleaner stream today. I would say that today this software has been
all right.
Oh,
Just
by the
done
way,
with
I
them.
missed $100 Rumble rant. First of all, everyone is corrupt says, why is my chat great? I don't even see you. I saw people respond to you. Fred Jones to you for $100. Quarter Pounders Raid Refill. I've been enjoying going back and keeping up. Hey, thank you, Fred. That's very, very kind of you. That's very, very helpful. By the way, one of the things I've been kind of directly asking people to do or consider doing this week is joining the channel. If you click this join button,
That's weird.
Video, it's going to take you to my locals page.
Wondering what you were talking about.
Support us. And I've tried to many different places people support me. I'm trying to consolidate it down to just locals. It's $5 a month, but it goes directly to supporting keeping this machine running. I've got 2 full-time video editors. I've got a full-time graphic designer, obviously myself, team of 4, and the locals would be the spot where we do some members of the content. So if you're watching, I'm hoping today that you'll click that join button. If you don't or aren't in a position to, at least follow. That's free. Leave a like. 283 likes is pretty pathetic. 396 isn't much better. But the stream has been more stable today, huh? After I just spent $22,000 on the cake in my house. I think it's pretty. I wanted to react a little bit to this hilarity around Ethan Klein, because the backlash he's been getting has been amazing. It's a little older of a story, but it's hilarious to me that the backlash he's been getting over, well, essentially getting crushed by, he's been courting communist socialist viewers.
No worries.
Why was my last 2 super chats not read? Because I missed them clearly. I read one of yours already for sure, I know, Jack. Maybe you missed it. I know I read the one about the UK not having freedom of speech. Oh, here. I have a degree in psychology. Trans is not a self-identified crisis psychological disorder. There is no respectable research that proves trans even exists. None. He also wrote, trans-related kids wanting to transition have a suicide rate of 5%. Trans who have transitioned have 15%. Why? Nothing really changes. No one accepts the delusion, and they can't reverse it. No, it's permanent. Yeah, right. I agree. Well, I'm glad that this stream's been more stable. That Rumble, oh my gosh, I can finally load Rumble. Rumble hasn't been able to load the last 5 days. That's crazy. Really? I can tell you the streams have been much better. Today's a little lighter, but I think a couple days
All right,
ago,
thank you.
4,000 people watching. So that's good to see. Oh yeah, I should remind you guys. Anybody, let me know if you picked up, if you're trying out some of this. The stream is sponsored by CBD Distillery. If you go to their website and use
I almost jumped out when I saw him waving at you.
you'll
What the
save
fuck
some
is
money.
train?
You'll support
I know,
the
it's
channel.
weird. It's like,
I could. There are very few products in the world that I'm ever going to go out and say that I actually, have interest in using. I am currently working with CBD to try and curb anxiety and hopefully get off my pharmaceuticals. And
All right, guys.
that's
Hi, Rose in here.
Sponsorship.
hello.
And it's people take it for sleep, muscle recovery, all sorts of stuff, and they have thousands and thousands of reviews.
Happily.
So check out cbddistillery.com and use promo code.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's her. That's her
and you'll be supporting the channel, and you'll be
suitcase actually.
Relaxed. Just had a second cup of Joe. This time it's the sticky cinnamon bun. Yummy, nice. Okay,
that?
so
Sticky cinnamon bun.
Ethan Klein's being canceled over, I don't know, not being a communist or something like that. This is a guy that has repeatedly got into.
Well, we still got quite a ways to go, guys.
He said some good things. Weed doesn't work for me like that. Weed actually gives me more anxiety. So sometimes Chad's saying just smoke weed, blah blah blah. Maybe like an ultra low dose. I don't know, but it hasn't proven to be effective for me in that manner.
You're not coming in the next trip if you can't keep your shit together, boy.
On the treadmill every day. I wanted to look at this. I wanted to check out some of these clips. I mean, he the backlash is hilarious. And like Abba and Preach did a reaction to it where it's hilarious to me. I tried indica. I know some indicas for relaxing. Yeah, I haven't hit play yet. I'm trying to find the spot. Everybody's favorite LARPers and extreme capitalists, Ethan Klein and Son Piker, have got into a little bit of hot water, essentially over having an opinion that, the conversation came up between the two, whether or not they believe that Taiwan is a sovereign nation. And if you are a communist, the answer is no. You have to support the Chinese Communist Party. So you will say that you do not believe that Taiwan is its own nation.
Hocking Hills Winery?
And you'll say that it's one country, two systems.
Look up Hocking Hills.
But the fact of the matter
Ohio.
is, Taiwan, if Taiwan...
It's beautiful.
If Taiwanese...
No, we're not going to go there.
Like they were going to get wiped off the face of the earth,
we should.
They would certainly be more inclined to say it.
A lot closer to Camp here than it would be.
The idea that... the son or Ethan Klein would have something smart to say about this is hilarious. Both men are capitalists pretending to be socialists or Democrats. H3 posting, please do not take these political conversations so personal.
I just didn't even realize that it disconnected. We're definitely out in the boonies here, though.
A social democrat is is not a full socialist. It makes me not want to have conflicts like this anymore, which is probably the least productive outcome. Well, here's the thing. It tells you.
Okay, G.
Like, his
You're a
own
moron.
fans are turning on him, calling him
You're a fucking moron.
So,
and then he's exiting.
A social democrat only when it gets him.
He had to get around me.
When he gets pushback on it, or when he's forced to identify his positions, or have his positions, discuss his positions. He doesn't want to do it anymore. He doesn't want to do it anymore. He is correct.
She's already laid out again.
I was looking for the clip.
Listening to a book.
I think there's a clip on.
I'll have her look it up, though. I'll look it up.
Alan preached a video on it, but here's a clip of it.
Like in jest, and it's gonna. No, I was genuinely curious how you think about it.
I'm asking him if he thinks that Taiwan is a sovereign nation.
I think that overall, it's contemporary history is complex. At the end of the day, if the Taiwanese citizens would ever put this up for a vote and we're like, we want to fucking be an independent nation, it's up to them. You know what I mean?
It's up to them. Yeah, just get crushed by China, China's military, or live in the status quo. His entire argument is that most people in Taiwan just want to live by the status quo. Well, I don't think that's true. Most people in Taiwan don't want to die.
No, there is no.
What he said is true from everything I've read. That most people in Taiwan nowadays support just keeping the status quo.
Yeah, you probably. Well, yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, no kidding. They don't want to get crushed.
You don't want to be Hong Kong? What happened in Hong Kong?
You're kidding, right?
No, but overall, if you look at the situation in Hong Kong right now.
Did he just say what happened in Hong Kong?
No, it's like they claimed that it was going to be devastating, and that has not happened.
Not that we know of, because they can't fucking have freedom of speech anymore.
Oh no! I mean, Ethan's actually cooking right here. Ethan's actually cooking here.
That part is true. You're right. Having said that.
Well, but socialism's so good, guys. Socialism, so good. Don't you understand why socialism good?
Just go to Hong Kong, and you can just.
Oh no, they're willing participants.
No, that's not true.
I mean, they're fooled as far as the reasons that things are being done, but the U.S. is all up in arms about Russia moving into Ukraine, but we had no right to go into many countries that we've been into, some that we're still at. So there's a few of us here that realize that it's all about making more money for the war machine.
I mean, I think that it's so funny how cowardly he is. Just say it. Why just say it.
The oppression, like when you're talking about with respect to Hong Kong, the promises that the Western media were made about like how China was going to crush Hong Kong under its like ruthless oppressive.
It did. It just didn't have to. It didn't have to use roll up the military. Did you not see the footage?
It does not matter.
I don't think that was the point. I think the point was that there's, money to maintain certain rights to all from a secret prison and never knew that.
That's correct. Based Ethan.
I mean, certainly there were political listeners are
Oh yeah, certainly communism is bad. Oops.
So
They know. What's happening right now is they know that they're going to piss off their fan base. They know that their fan base is 15. He knows in his heart that it is going to fall apart. And the other guy is trying to say, hey, we're going to piss off our fans if we say the truth.
Essentially what I'm asking is, do you think democracy is a good thing? And do you think democracy is what helps prevent? Yeah. So
what
if we ran companies that way? Because
Oh, he's trying to do that. He's trying to do the seize the. He's saying.
Well, they're the same here too.
Democracy is good, so we should seize the media.
They just gotta each of them have half the country full.
They should be.
We call it the Uniparty.
It's made by 3-4 people. Apple, and over the years it's grown. And so, how do you run Apple?
At what point does it become like subject to public opinion on who's going to run it? That's just like that. At what point does it get big enough for
They don't understand literally anything.
Yeah, I remember her. She was a commie.
And then let's get to the cope, because it's the cope is the best part.
And I care about the people. I have questions. But the thing that I didn't appreciate is just how crazy and insulting and like just insane people are. Because like
he's mad that his fans call out the fact that he's not a full-blown communist, like Hassan pretends to be.
To be a social democrat and not a full-blown socialist. And so to some people that was a class traitor, I guess. I'm not radical enough for you, but you've got no outlets. You have zero outlets.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, you just do love to see it. You love to see it crumbling. So Ethan Klein went from this, like, I would never say he was right-wing. He was never right-wing. But he was lumped in with them back when there was like the anti-SJ.
I think they've pretty much all been mostly socialists since Margaret Thatcher.
Like Sean Hannity, Chris Reagan, people, and even Carl Benjamin, who's a classical liberal. And then you have people who are more conservative, all kind of dunking on these insane people. And then after that era, people turned into political commentators.
Yeah, right.
And Ethan Klein was.
And when they'll know absolutely every purchase you make.
Space. He benefited greatly. Now
Every dime you earn.
He doesn't really know his politics, I don't think. He's not a political pundit guy, the same way I'm not. Like, I don't spend all day worrying about my personal politics, but this is the current grift, right? So you do a political show with someone who is highly political, and Hassan Piker, and you know the fact that you're a democratic socialist is that's just trying to soft shoe to get to socialism.
95% of the country is not more radical than the characteristics.
Well, yeah, probably. You know, probably. And so he has to put up all these cope posts and a cope video about how his audience turned on him and was, you know, roasting him. This is the same guy that, you know.
Yeah, you hear his speech yesterday. He's threatening to pretty much take over grocery stores because of all everything that he's done to their economy. Of course, they're having to raise prices, and he's like, bring them down, go out of business, so the government can take over.
By the way, if you search Ethan Klein on Twitter, the top reply is this. Again, I wrote Ethan Klein, multimillionaire, partners with Hassan Piker, multimillionaire, and his fans are mad because he's not full-blown socialist. Because a single one of their fans neither understand neither of these dudes are socialists in any shape or form. No, they're both raging capitalists. That's the thing. Here's someone here. What I don't get is they push socialist values. The audience agrees with them. Then donate $5 a month to a multi-millionaire dimension. Everybody who pays the $5 a month to be an H3's member group, which is like 50,000 who are paying $5 a month, something like that. they're giving money to a multimillionaire. None of it matters at all. None of it tracks at all. But dumb people are dumb, and that may sound like an obvious thing, but they just are. And you just love to see that virus. I appreciate everyone tuning in today. Remember to check out CBD Distillery. Use promo code TheQuartering. Do you need better sleep? 90% of customers report better sleep with CBD. Could you be more calm? 81% say CBD helps them with stress and anxiety. Suffering with pain after exercise, 80% of people report less pain after physical activity. CBD Distillery has a full range.
The pinned link is where we're going to. It's the event that we're going to.
Mayo Clinic trained internists in preventative health specialists with over 2 million satisfied customers. Be on the right path with a 20% discount. Visit cbdistillery.com. Enter my code TheQuartering for a discount. cbdistillery.com. That's promo code TheQuartering. Support the channel. Get started feeling better. Try some natural solutions. And we'll be back in 22 hours. By the way, our Friday interview is Count Dankula this week. That should be spicy. And we'll see you in 22 hours.
Yeah, I saw that. Desert that hasn't had rain in, real rain like that in a decade. Suddenly downpours during Burning Man. People get stuck there because they told them they can't move until the ground dries a little bit. All right, let's find something else first. IESTRO.
Got it. Calling IESTRO.
Yeah, say it's Norm.
Hey Norm, how are you?
Hey, yeah, I was driving, but I wanted to just let you know she's a moron. Kimberly.
Yeah.
She's like, well, they told me it was Impact Employment Solutions Ohio. I'm like, well, yeah, this is the OH Monroe location. I said, we're all part of the Ohio region, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, listen, I'm driving. There's not a whole lot I can do right now. I said, but call. I was hoping you would get the call. I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
All right.
I just told her I'd send an email. I put Sean on there, so hopefully she can help with this. Because a lot of times
she'll be able to do it.
Yeah, a lot of times when people have pay card issues, I just go to her and I give her the information so she can just like take out the holds, get them activated. Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, it's
I told Kimberly that I said if near the end of the day, I said, but I'll work on this tomorrow for you and just get the ball rolling. And she said, okay. She was very nice.
Yeah, no, she's a sweetheart. She's just not all together.
Yeah, I didn't think there was a thing about Ohio or Michigan, but I just put it in there.
No, that's why. I mean, I've been trying to get them to mail me cards forever. That's why I just grabbed some from you guys whenever I run low. You know, it's like it's never been an issue. The only issue we ever had was the ones that were the older ones that we had that were. The Apple ones, the Pat Jim ones, and those technically, if the person that you had on the phone knew what they were doing, they could make those work too. But it all depended on it all depended on. So once we'll figure that out, though, anytime I got a batch of the Pat Jim ones, I threw them away. But we haven't been getting those in a bit, so. But yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, I saw you copied Sean on, so it should be taken care of.
Yeah, I thought so too. But yeah, I just wanted to put you on there to make you aware because I knew if there was an issue. She said she talked to you about it, so I just wanted to put you on there.
Well, she said she asked me about it last week, and I was just like, no, this is the first time you're mentioning it.
Well, she said something about not being paid for 2 weeks, and I looked, and she's only been paid last Friday. I thought, what is she talking about?
Yeah, she's getting paid this week for starting last Friday.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So she's going to get a one-day check when it finally does work. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, Heather.
Yeah, no problem. Enjoy your vacation.
No worries. Thanks.
Okay. Bye-bye.
You trying to do work while I'm driving? It's relatively short because I want to be watching the Watchers again at 4 o'clock when it comes on. Play this Johnny 5 video.
Alright, try not to shoot anybody tonight, alright? I'm just joking, sir. I'm just joking. I'm just joking, sir. I'm just joking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Welcome back to the Johnny 5 channel. What you're about to witness is par for the course for most all law enforcement. Play on a victim's emotions and try to incite physical violence. That way, the violence and retaliation comes from citizens and not the police themselves. Sadly, for these crooked cops, I use a shotgun mic that picks up audio from a distance directly ahead of the camera. I don't need to be right on top of them. After all, cops are easily scared and love a good mag dump opportunity under the guise of, "I feared for my life, blah, 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 blah." Here, there's a victim of what appears to be a car vandalism or a break-in. This woman's entire back window was broken out of her car. Let's hear what our hero cop says to her.
pretty long here.
There's broken window glass right at the base of the driver's side. The back window of the vehicle is completely smashed out. The driver door appears to have been kicked. The panel on the driver door looks like it's been kicked in. I mean, that could be obviously there before, but it looks like somebody kicked it in. And the hood is up. I think she's not telling what's happening. He's like, you got ID? If you tell me what happened, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, nobody trusts the police, man. The back window is completely broken out.
Am I going the right way? I think I've ever driven through this area.
Hey, why don't you shut up, officer? Seriously, why don't you do your job? Why don't you shut up? Why don't you shut up? Seriously, shut up. No, I'm not gonna keep cool. No, you're not being cool. You're inciting her. You're inciting the victim, officer. Grow a set of balls and get the fuck out of here. No, fuck you. No, fuck you. Seriously, I can say whatever I want. Yeah, so I don't need to keep the language down. Get the fuck out of here, dude. No, you be respectful. No, you're not. You're telling her that that I should be leaving her alone and not filming her. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Ma'am, I'm here for your protection. Cops are so they don't do fucked up shit. And they're already doing fucked up shit and telling you I shouldn't be here.
The Waltons? No.
Okay, all right, I'll rewind my footage. I'll rewind my footage and say I'm not respecting her by not leaving. Fuck out of here, dude. I got a shotgun mic on this thing. I can hear everything. Fuck out of here. Hey, why don't you shut up, officer? Seriously, why don't you do your job? Why don't you shut up? Why don't you shut up? Seriously, shut up. No, I'm not gonna keep cool. No, you're not being cool. You're inciting her. You're inciting the victim, officer. Grow a set of balls and get the fuck out of here. No, fuck you. No, fuck you. Seriously, I can say whatever I want. Yeah, so I don't need to keep the language down. Get the fuck out of here, dude. No, you be respectful. No, you're not. You're telling her that that I should be leaving her alone and not filming her. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Ma'am, I'm here for your protection. Cops are so they don't do fucked up shit. And they're already doing fucked up shit and telling you I shouldn't be here and I should leave.
I didn't say that. I never once said that.
Okay, all right, I'll rewind my footage. I'll rewind my footage and say I'm not respecting her by not leaving. Fuck out of here, dude. I got a shotgun mic on this thing. I can hear everything. Fuck out of here. I'm sorry, I'm here for your protection. All right, so I'm... Jesus fucking Christ.
Instructions on just confusing as fuck. Fuck.
I can't even believe what this guy just said. Hey, what's your name and serial number,
Jesus
Corporal?
Christ. I need to be down there at 33 East.
How many minutes? 140? Well, no, it's job security. I mean, you guys are here on a call. You just extend it out, right? I mean, you can't tell me your name and serial number in between that. Okay, great. That'd be Officer Ellis. Serial number? 37685. Great, thank you very much. I didn't ask you. You're cool. No, he's been cool with me. He didn't try to incite the victim. He didn't try to incite the victim.
I wonder if we kept our receipt as the taxpayers in the city of Los Angeles, because this state cost us almost $250,000 last year alone.
That cop, it's paid almost $250,000. Authority.
Yeah, he was saying some bullshit, and she was like, "Oh, don't film me," and he was like, "Oh, he doesn't respect you." Fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Let me do my investigation before I'll give you any of my name and serial number. Okay? It's because it's that difficult.
Oh shit. What's going on up here?
I don't know who Guadalupe is. Okay. Okay, and you said she said stop filming. She said stop filming. And you said, "Oh, well, he doesn't care about you." I'm here for. Are you that? Man, you are. I have a sense of humor, sir. Oh, you think you thought that was a joke? I am a human being, yes. You thought that was a joke. Well, she got even more agitated as a result of your comments.
Somebody doesn't know how to drive in a traffic circle here.
Cool story. Cool story. Don't speculate. Okay, well, we got 1,200 people watching that thought the same thing, so yeah. No, it is whatever. It is. Don't agitate. You are delusional, dude. We are not on the same team. That's where you got it twisted. All right, try not to shoot anybody tonight, all right? I'm just joking, sir. I'm just joking. I'm just joking, sir. I'm just joking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking.
I love Johnny.
Officer Ellis out of Foothill Division.
My favorite lefty.
What an absolute stain of a human being.
On
Sadly,
the
on the bad cop scale, Ellis isn't that bad. That's how far we've come, folks. Sad day for America. I can't wait for the day when cops finally realize that they're being used by the billionaire class.
I think James Freeman's got a video
for
too.
them and to do their bidding by criminalizing all the trivial things that don't need to be criminalized, like homelessness, poverty, marijuana, loitering, and the like. But we all know most cops are too stupid to realize that they are just pawns. Feel free to send Officer Ellis an email and voice your redress as per the First Amendment. Thanks everyone for watching. If you like the content, you want to find your way back, subscribe to the channel. Memberships are also available. Comment below if you thought Officer Ellis was inciting or just being a good cop. Bootlickers, here's your chance. We'll see you in the next video. I love all of you, except that one guy.
All right, we're back on the racetrack. Yeah, some people call them roundabouts here too. This kind of depends on the region, or actually even the city. It can be different between cities, what they call them. A lot of the older folks haven't figured it out though.
I don't better me to better me credentials.
There's the credentials that was issued by my company.
By your company? Yes. By your company. Nevertheless, sir, we did not send you an invitation.
You can't sit with us!
Only your choice of media is allowed here?
No, the real media, as I explained.
News. Real news.
Yeah. Exactly.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
Real press.
Exactly.
Thank you.
It's right, it's public building, right?
Not really.
It's in public?
No, it's a private building right now.
Right here.
So if you don't mind just stepping out, sir, please go ahead.
Are you gonna do anything about it?
If you don't comply right now, we are gonna trespass you.
Right. What do you think, or what opinion do you have in regards to the district excluding certain members of the press?
An invitation was sent out to all local media outlets, both big and small, to a breakfast on September 8th, 2023 at 10 a.m. The superintendent and board of trustees for United Independent School District in Laredo, Texas, had invited all the local media in an attempt to show their appreciation to the media for always publishing stories in a way that favored both the school district and their current political agendas. They had invited both mainstream media as well as independent journalists who only post on social media outlets such as Facebook. However, a mistake had been made. You see, the breakfast was actually only supposed to be for certain media outlets, the ones that the school district felt that they could control and manipulate. And therefore, there were specific instructions to exclude
I just got what you meant.
media outlets from the breakfast. This would include both Corners News and an organization called Parents United. The funny thing is that the two excluded media outlets are the only ones who have ever published anything critical of the school district.
Hello. There's an email here.
Let me find your name.
Okay.
Who are you with?
Corners News?
Oh, you're with Corners.
Yeah.
You're with, oh, he's with Corners News.
I don't believe.
I received email confirmation from his Prado.
Are you Ismael Estrada?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We sent you a memo.
You sent me a memo?
Yeah, we sent you a memo.
In regards?
In regards to that this is a private event.
Okay.
And it is only for the media, like TV stations, newspapers.
Make no mistake, they did accidentally invite Corners News, and he did reach out and RSVP, and he even received a confirmation that his reservation was made. But after the higher-ups saw that Corners News had a reservation, they then sent this email out saying that this media appreciation breakfast is a private event solely intended for members of the local media with valid media credentials, not members of the general public. The district has received RSVPs from members of the general public. Non-invitees will not be allowed access, and in the event that there is a disruption, non-invitees will be lawfully escorted from the premises by law enforcement.
So who determines who's press or not?
Well, the news organizations. News organizations.
Okay.
KGNS, LNT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Corners News Media?
News Media. We did not put you on our invite list. We did not send you an invitation. I don't know how you got the invitation. We did not send it to you.
I received confirmation from Ms. Prado.
We did not send you an invitation.
Who says your reservation is confirmed. See you then.
Yeah, and then we sent you the memos explaining to you.
I confirm received.
This is the memo that we sent.
Okay. I received. I even replied and I didn't get a response.
That was emailed to you to the same email address.
Okay. So this is for like valid press or?
Yes, exactly.
Valid. Okay. So who would be valid press?
I just explained to you, sir. LNT, KJNS News Organization.
Okay. So who determines that? You?
Are the organizations that we work with on a daily basis. Okay. And we did not send you an invitation in the first place.
Okay. Because
we didn't.
Can I read it? I haven't read it.
That's a memo that
I have valid media credentials.
Is that a mugshot?
It's a valid media credentials over here. There's the credentials I was issued by my company.
By your company? Yes. By your company. Nevertheless, sir, we did not send you an invitation.
You can't sit with us!
Okay. Can I keep this?
Yeah, you can keep it, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I know.
We emailed you a copy as well.
All right.
You can check your email. You'll find it.
All right. So only your choice of media is allowed here?
No, the
That's fine.
media, as I explained.
News. Real news.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct?
What you just said.
Okay. Real press.
Exactly.
Thank you. Your name?
Sanchez.
Sanchez, and your position?
Communication Specialist, UIC Public Relations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. No, I'm not going into the event. Just going here in public. I'm not allowed to go in there. Yeah. No, no worries. That gets taken care of in court. So. That gets taken care of in court. So.
That's what they're saying now, that they don't want you inside the building. That you could be outside, but not inside the building.
The administrator's in charge, sir, as per the memo that you just received right now.
But I'm not going into it.
I understand, but you're inside the building.
Right, it's a public building, right?
Not really.
It's in public?
No, it's a private building right now.
It's a
only
private
district employees and the invitees.
And the invitees, yes, a private
Private
building.
residence, I heard.
It's in here too as well.
Right here.
So
Right on here.
I mean, I'm not going into it. You have to sign in to go.
Yeah, they're using that, but they're coming out, I guess, and using the facilities and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, no kidding. Can you just step out, sir? We're just gonna ask you to step out. Okay, sir?
Am I being trespassed?
Can you just step out of the building?
Simple question.
Sir, this is a public event. These buildings are secure. So, Javi, can you just step out of the building,
Simple
please?
question.
No. I'm just asking you to step out of the building right now. Can you just step out of the building?
Not right now. I'm not
right now, but we're gonna escort you out.
So what's the law you're enforcing right now?
These buildings
If
are
you don't-
secure at all times.
If you don't comply right now, we are gonna trespass you.
That's what it is, right? We're here, that's why. So can you just step out?
Is it close to the public?
Right now it is here, sir.
It is?
Yes, sir. Right now it's just on invite only.
Invite only. And if you come tomorrow,
So
If you come tomorrow,
you're
this
liable, right? What's your first name?
Sir,
What's your first name?
can you just step out of the building?
What's your first name?
What's your name, sir?
Ismael Rincon.
Ismael Rincon.
What's your first
My first name is Bernardo Lopez.
Bernardo Lopez.
Bernardo Lopez, okay?
¿Listo, va? Mr. Sammy, what did you think about the event?
it was good.
It was good?
Yeah, it's good to have the connections.
You enjoyed breakfast?
I mean, who doesn't enjoy free breakfast?
Right.
Si no te gusta algo gratis, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a PIO for DPS. Someone that made a copyright claim on one of my videos, and James Freeman's video.
Now here's the crazy thing. United Independent School District doesn't even necessarily hate Corners News because of the stories that he personally published, but rather because of a story that I published about him. See, the school district has their own police department. Back in February, they did a little doublespeak where they told a judge on a sworn affidavit that Ismail had carried a gun into a school, but then went and told parents that he had not. So which one was it? Still to this day, rather than just addressing the actual issue, the school district and the police department have done nothing but delete people's comments off of Facebook and turn off commenting altogether so that the general public can't have a voice in the conversation. Unfortunately, since they've made it so you can no longer publicly comment on their Facebook pages, the only way to tell them what you think is to either call or email them directly.
So can you state your name for the...
This is Frank Castillo from the District 7 United Independent School District.
Today you had an event that it was called the Media Appreciation Breakfast.
Oh yeah,
that's correct. We apparently our staff saw the need to ensure that we have good communication with our media sources in the community, and that is what we did. An appreciation to them. We had a breakfast today.
Any particular topics you handled today? Did you have any special guests?
What I believe we wanted to do is just to show that we very much welcome their views, and in my view, what I wanted to say to them was that to always report factual and accurate information about our district.
The fact is that the Unified Independent School District Police lied on a sworn affidavit to a judge in order to obtain a warrant to be able to kick in his door and hold him and his children at gunpoint. The sworn affidavit claimed that he had carried a firearm into the school. When the parents started inquiring about this, they swore to the parents that nobody had ever carried a firearm into one of their schools. So which was it? Did they lie to the parents or did they lie to the judge? As soon as this case made it to the prosecutor found that they did indeed lie to the judge to obtain a warrant, and all of the charges have since been dismissed.
And excluding to make sure we ensure that students are also a focal point about what we're doing as a school district.
What do you think about media companies, corporations, or social media companies that are critic of the district? What do you think about those?
It's freedom of speech to a certain point, as long as it is not in any way, I guess, defaming an individual. That is something that I would frown upon. But if it's critical of our operations, of what we do as a district in general, I believe that we should know about it. That way we can try to see if we can correct it if it's necessary to correct something.
Staying in that topic, what do you think about the freedom of press that we have in the United States? Do you think that applies to corporations like NBC, Fox, or do you think that applies to private companies that have a news page on Facebook, YouTube that cover news locally as well?
Well, I think it's part of our Constitution, freedom of speech, and I believe that's where the press gets its ability to go ahead and show or publicize their information. But myself as a trustee, I believe in clean and open and accurate government. I believe in open government when it comes to everything being disclosed, unless there's a reason that a law prohibits our disclosure. But me as an elected official, I try to be very open with our community because I want them to understand my rationale for my decisions. So it is a little bit complex, but at the same time, I do believe in open government.
Next question. What do you think, or what opinion do you have in regards to the district excluding certain members of the press?
That would be something that I would not be able to comment on. I'm not sure how all those things would transpire or the reasons behind it, but it's certainly a question of maybe some validity, maybe, but I don't really know exactly how or when it would happen.
Thank you very much.
You got it.
How can we possibly trust our government or our media when they do things like this that show that they're clearly in cahoots with each other to scratch each other's backs, rather than looking for the best possible ways to serve the public, allow them to be part of the conversation, and get the truth out to the public about what's actually going on? Again, unfortunately, the district is limited who can comment on their posts on Facebook. So unfortunately, the only way to reach them to let them know what you think is going to be directly by phone or email.
Less than the speed limit here. Another good story by James.
killed 2 Henniger High School students. Right now, our team coverage begins with the I-Team's Mary Keeler breaking down that video and telling us what experts on law enforcement see in it. Mary.
Well, the video shows us a look at the scene that played out when Onondaga County Sheriff's Deputy John Rosello arrived on scene Wednesday. You saw it moments ago, and we warn you it could be graphic for some of you, but the details and observations we can make from this video are important to the community understanding this fatal shooting. Tonight, law enforcement experts are sharing their analysis to help.
Obviously, we see the sheriff's patrol vehicle.
Law enforcement expert Frank Coots, a retired state police commander, is sharing his reaction to the short but telling video released by the AG's office. It captures moments of a deadly deputy-involved shooting on September 6th.
Literally seconds, so he definitely has a very short amount of time to make a decision.
The video shows a dark minivan and white sedan. Stolen vehicles Deputy John Rosello was pursuing that overnight. 6 teenage suspects are on scene as the deputy's SUV pulls up and pins the white vehicle in. As Deputy Rosello exits his SUV, the white car appears to move in reverse, then drives forward towards Deputy Rosello. Rosello avoids the vehicle and it drives on. While we see Rosello aiming his weapon, we do not know when those 3 shots were fired.
This deputy and this deputy alone is accountable for his own actions. And if he can articulate that he was in fear for his life, that is something that the court system, the attorney generals, and certainly the district attorneys are going to have to weigh.
Onondaga County Sheriff Toby Shelley, having seen this video, publicly supported the deputy's actions, adding that although the deputy was wearing a body camera, it was not turned on. It's also important to note, at no point do we see the deputy's emergency lights activated. Retired from the New York State Police Department, Dr. Keith Taylor says that could have been on purpose.
Could have been that he was trying to surprise the individuals by not having his lights and siren on because they were in their own vehicles. It would be easy for them to escape.
The main questions from Dr. Taylor focus on the response from the deputy, who arrived on scene alone to find multiple suspects. Did he have a plan on what to do if backup was on the way? Did he call for any? And would he have stayed in the car?
Why did he do that? Was that based on something he saw, which we don't know, and the video doesn't show?
Both these experts stressing tonight to everyone that this video is just one part of the investigation that is not yet complete. They say no matter what, the lives of the families of the teens killed and the deputy who shot at them are forever changed. Reporting in the studio tonight, I'm Mary Keeler.
Now, the State Attorney General's office is leading this investigation as required by law because it is a police officer who shot and killed 2 people.
But Onondaga County District Attorney Bill Fitzpatrick is also on board, especially when it comes to whether the surviving teens will face criminal charges. He has watched the newly released video several times. What can you say about what the surveillance video tells us about what happened that morning?
Well, obviously there's multiple kids there. The one thing that's problematic, and you don't need me to tell you, is that the sheriff doesn't have his emergency lights on. See, by activating the emergency lights, you automatically activate the dash cam. And the backup mechanism, of course, is the body-worn camera. And we don't have either of those avenues available to us to get a much more close-up and much more detailed review of what happened. That's unfortunate. It's not against the law not to turn on your body-worn camera, but it certainly appears to be in violation of departmental procedure.
In the hours after the shooting, the sheriff, Toby Shelley, said that the officer had no choice but to shoot at that car. He said the car was coming right at his deputy. Is that what you see in the video?
Well, I'm not going to get in a position of, disagreeing with the sheriff. I think he commented based on the information that he had at that time, and I think he was eager to support his deputy. My 30-year philosophy has always been, in cases like this, to simply say as little as possible.
So do you think he spoke too soon?
No, I'm not. I'm not criticizing the sheriff. He can defend himself if necessary. He may still hold that position.
After watching the video, do you believe that deputy's life was on the line?
again, that's a decision that at some point in the future, either a grand jury will make or the Attorney General will make, absent a presentation to the grand jury.
But you're not prepared to say that at this point.
I'm not prepared to say either way, about the nature of the case.
From what we understand, according to the sheriff, when Deputy Rosello was dispatched to that scene, he was made aware that there were up to 6 suspects who he may be encountering. Knowing that he was encountering that potential situation with multiple suspects that he would be facing, should he have turned his body camera on immediately as he was driving toward that scene?
Again, in terms of, I don't want to get into criticism because I don't know what was in his mind. I can tell you that most major urban police departments turn their body-worn cameras on as they are responding to the scene.
And the sheriff did defend his deputy during that initial news conference, saying that he just didn't have time to turn it on. In your professional opinion, though, should it have been on?
Well, there's a reason the cameras spent as much money as they did on body-worn cameras.
Absent of any police body camera and relying solely on that surveillance footage from the neighbor, should Deputy Rosello face murder charges?
Any other charges, criminal negligent homicide, manslaughter in the second or first degree, or some type of murder charge, that's a decision that will be made initially by the Attorney General.
Based on the evidence that you have seen, should the driver of the car face any charges related to potentially hitting that police officer?
Well, there's a panoply of charges that are possible against the driver of the car. For strategic reasons, as I said earlier, myself and the Attorney General agree, no charges are going to be filed against him at this point.
As part of our conversation today, Fitzpatrick says we don't know how fast that car was going when it sped off, but he does say that the State Attorney General's investigation should be able to pinpoint that.
He says they do know who the driver is. He's 16. He says it's unclear whether the deputy gave any verbal commands. But the fact that came out in the interview that I watched some of the raw tape from is that 2 shots went into the windshield.
That's right.
And they don't know where that 3rd shot went exactly. So that's also telling on the direction of the car the deputy was facing when he pulled his weapon.
And those are all pieces that the State Attorney General's investigation will ultimately unveil.
Well,
Slow speed limits here. You kidding me?
Nancy Pelosi was the person responsible for the entire ordeal. And I'm very excited that we're hearing more of this type of talk from him because he's right. The congressional building, the Capitol building, we've covered a lot here. The different people who were in charge of it, the Senate Sergeant at Arms, the House Sergeant at Arms, Pelosi, Stephen's son, all these people, all responsible. All right, so we're going to go celebrate him. Are the tubes working? Looks like they are. Get started, shall we? Hello, my friends, and welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live, the show that spotlights misconduct involving police, prosecutors, and politicians. My name is Robert Gouveia. I am a criminal defense attorney, and today we are talking about Merrick Garland, the Department of Justice Attorney General, the man who is in charge of so much of this country and all the political partisan prosecutions that we cover here. He showed up in Congress today. We're going to go through it quite a bit. I've got a bunch of clips, as you can see here, and I really stuck to a couple topics, things related to David Weiss, Hunter Biden, the double standards in the DOJ, stuff that we talk a lot about here, but it really was an interesting day today. If you missed it, Merrick Garland also was questioned about attacking Catholics and all sorts of other issues, abortion stuff, and so there was just a lot to it, but we're going to hit the highlights for some of the topics that we've talked about. We're going to hit his opening statement, just about a minute of it, because I know we can only take so much. Then we've got Jim Jordan, we've got Thomas Massey, and we heard from Thomas Massey live today on our members only stream. It was very nice to hear. He was fired up today. Then I want to go through the full breakdown from Representative Russell Fry. And suddenly, he has an answer to the question. I don't recall. Yeah, give me a break. On the docket, wants to appear virtually for arraignment. We know that he was in person the last couple times he was in court, especially when the plea deal fell apart. Now he doesn't want to have to physically go there, and so his lawyers sent in a motion to appear virtually. And the way it actually happened was kind of funny. We'll talk about it. But they submitted that, and in the DOJ, the government prosecutors actually objected to the whole thing. So they're saying, nope, you don't get to appear virtually. This is not a misdemeanor. And so we'll see you in court. And we'll read through both of those. Then I want to spend a little time on some reaction to the Hunter stuff, because Jim Jordan brought up 4 facts about Hunter today in the Judiciary Committee hearing that included Merrick Garland. And we talked earlier this week about Hunter suing the IRS because he's so victimized and aggrieved that he needs repercussions, he needs damages out of the IRS to the tune of $1,000 for the activities, the actions of the IRS whistleblowers. And so he's suing them. We've got a clip from Garrett Ziegler. Sorry, that's the other Garrett Ziegler, who is the author of MarcoPoloUSA.org's report on the Biden laptop. Joseph Ziegler is the man on the stream. Both exposing the Biden crime family in different methodologies. I don't think they're related, though. But Joseph Ziegler, whistleblower, he was on with Jake Tappan. And then James Comer says, yeah, this is absolutely whistleblower witness intimidation. They're suing to try to stop other people from blowing the whistle. So we'll look at both those motions, both those filings, and we'll also see what some representatives have to say about it. Before we wrap up the day, hearing from Stephen Sund. Stephen Sund is the former Capitol Police Chief of Police, and he testified in front of Congress yesterday. This was some good stuff, and I've got 2 segments that I want to go through with you here today. One is his opening statement, which is where he describes, really in 5 minutes or less, the entire deal, what the whole basis for why he's there. Very powerful testimony. We talked about this guy before. He was basically fired. They asked him to resign. He walks us through the timeline. So he requested National Guard service at 12:58, but it went to the Sergeant at Arms, which is this guy, Paul Irving. at 12:58, he got the FU button, the red button, don't ignore. Then at 2:09, they finally got approval 71 minutes later. So we keep hearing this stupid story about how Trump was fiddling while Rome burned. Trump was in the room next to the Oval Office watching TV. Where? This Janie. And Pelosi was apparently doing the same thing. She was waddling around for 71 minutes. Who knows what she was doing? Firing shots of vodka, celebrating with her daughters. But she also called for Son's resignation right after the fact. And we're going to listen to that clip because it's wild to listen to these clips in hindsight. It's just like we're watching a movie, like some bizarre movie of just psychopaths. So we're going to listen to that one. And then we'll take a look just as a reminder about Stephen Son's resignation letter, which he sent over the day after, January 7th, because he was made to be the scapegoat of this entire operation that they allowed to happen, even though he did everything basically perfectly. We've also got a clip from Massey. He was grilling Merrick Garland on this in Congress today. And we've also got Stephen Son's book, which, as I said, I can't recommend enough, so I put it on here. Buy his book, right? If there's anything you can do to support this guy who is testifying heroically to great cost at his own career. That's one thing you can do. Buy his book. Courage Under Fire, Stephen Son, available everywhere. So quite good. All right, now we have a lot to get to today, my friends, and we had a very nice members-only morning stream today.
State property, no trespassing.
I actually got to listen to some of this hearing this morning in real time, and that's what's fun to do. And so if you want to join us as a member on one of our platforms, watchingthewatchers.locals.com,
to West Virginia,
is the place to do it.
Wild and wonderful.
We've got a great members-only community. You can also join to get access to the private Telegram group where the chat never ends. If you want to just continue to hang out, private Telegram group is available for all of our members. If you're a YouTube member, you can get access to the Telegram link. Just navigate over to the community section and you can find the link there. Also, you can sign up for our daily newsletter. So if you miss one of the segments, if you can only catch the first hour of the show and you're like, I wonder what happened next, and you don't want to see it happen, delivery to your inbox. Easy. RobertGouveia.com. Sign up for the newsletter. You can get all show reports, all the videos are summarized and translated into text so you can read them at your leisure. And of course, you can also access this entire mind map, all of the documents, everything that you see on your screen.
Sorry, we went through a real bad area right before we got out of Ohio there.
Now,
I had to reconnect a couple
it's
times.
Important. This is very important for me today. I'm going to go celebrate with Joey. We're going to have pizza, wings, and birthday cake. You know what's not going to be there?
Oh, great.
Vegetables. Well, maybe there'll be some celery sticks with the wings. Maybe some carrots too. But that doesn't really count. Instead, we all want to eat healthy, so I'm going to double up on my field of greens. How sick are you, though, with all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets and all that? We've all been there. We've all done them. They just don't work. But you know what does? Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables every day. None of that stuff works with eating well cups. You do that, and the weight would probably just fall right off. But instead, vegetables and fruit, I know you're not finished with it. It takes a lot of work. It goes every day. You got to go to the grocery store. It goes bad instantly. Don't worry about it. Instead, Field of Greens. Now, Field of Greens is
Ravenswood.
formula, specific fruits and vegetables.
The name of the town, Ravenswood.
Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but greater proof is going to come at your next checkup when your doctor says, woo, you're looking good. Whatever you're doing, keep it up.
So we pulled over there.
Go on over to fieldofgreens.com and say 50% off and check out with Robert, so you can get your real organic superfood. And let's not forget, my friends, the vegetables, they want to be eaten. That was very loud. They want to be eaten. That's why they're here. And they'll help you feel bursting with green energy, the good kind. It's just all sorts of goodness. Fieldofgreens.com. Promo code Robert. All right. Now let's get into it. Biden's Attorney General Merrick Garland called in front of Congress today to answer some questions. Boy, do we have a lot of them. We've been following all of the partisan prosecutions from this guy's office for a long time now. And we have questions, is he really in charge? Does he know much of anything that's going on? And certainly you can be the judge. But he got a lot of questions today. We're going to go through them all and paying particular attention to the Hunter Biden investigation, David Weiss cover-up, and the double standards that exist in his office, all that's being done on behalf of Joe Biden, his boss. So we'll start with Garland's opening statement and then finish with one of the most interesting clips of the day, which is where this guy, who was so smart, was almost on the Supreme Court, now is the Attorney General, suddenly doesn't recall. Gets asked a question about Hunter and whether he contacted the FBI and put any pressure or talk to anybody over there, and they say, do you have any recollection of this? Who did you talk to? I don't recall. Well, yeah, Hunter Biden is a very forgettable character, right? Only happens to be the president's son. So this is Garland in his opening statement. Just a short excerpt here, just a quick 40 seconds. I know there's only so much we can take.
To pursue justice without fear or favor. Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what criminally investigate.
What you do.
As the president himself has.
What they do. Okay, there's articles, even mainstream sources have confirmed it, that the White House was upset that Merrick Garland wasn't putting pressure on everybody, and then he did. And suddenly Trump gets prosecuted. Very convenient. So it was Biden being upset about it that led to what many suspect to be a change.
Said, and I reaffirm today, I am not the president's lawyer.
You act like
I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and law. That is what we do.
No, you do not. You should, but you do not. You make up a bunch of facts, and in some cases, you make up the law too. So that's his opening statement. Now, that was in front of Congress. And we had a couple questions right out of the gate. We'll do a couple short excerpts, and then we'll jump into this long inquisition from Russell Fry, which is quite enlightening. But here is Jim Jordan asking Merrick Garland about David Weiss. Why has the story changed with David Weiss? David Weiss, of course, is a special prosecutor who was, before becoming the special prosecutor, just a regular prosecutor who was a so-called Trump-appointed prosecutor, but then who brought a plea deal that granted Hunter Biden blanket immunity for basically all of his crimes and concocted it in a way that a judge said was inappropriate, didn't accept it, the whole thing derailed, and they gave him a promotion to now be an actual special prosecutor because he's done such a bang-up job. This is Jim Jordan saying, what the heck happened with this guy?
Quote, Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. That was your response, Attorney General, to Senator Grassley's question on March 1st, 2023. You just referenced it when Mr. Bishop was questioning you. Only problem is he'd already been turned down by the U.S. Attorney of the District of Columbia, Mr. Graves. So he didn't have full authority, did he?
I had an extended conversation with Senator Grassley at the time. We briefly touched on the Section 515 question and how that process went. I've never been suggesting.
My point's real simple, Mr. Garland. You said he had complete authority, but he'd already been turned down. One bring an action in the District of Columbia, and the U.S. Attorney there said, no, you can't. And then you go tell the United States Senate under oath that he has complete authority.
I'm going to say again that no one had the authority to turn him down. They could refuse to partner with him. They could not
use whatever language. Refuse to partner is turning down.
It's not the same under a well-known Justice Department practice.
Here's why this.
It's not the same according to us. No. He didn't turn down anybody. No other attorneys turned him down, Jim. In the DOJ, we call it refusing to partner, and it's a different thing. Well, the consequence of either one of those things, or whatever he wants to call it, is David Weiss can't bring charges in those jurisdictions. Doesn't matter what you call it. But do you see what they do? No. There was no rejection at all. No, it was just a refusal to partner. Because they are about as dishonest as it comes. Now, Merrick Garland was being very coy and sneaky today, and Massey let him have it. Said, look, I know that you sit here and you tell us that you're not the president's attorney and you don't have to respond to Congress and all of these things. And you can sit there behind the executive branch and say my separation of powers, blah, blah, blah. But we fund your butts, and we have a constitutional duty as well to do oversight. And when we used to live in a country where there was at least a fiction that we were trying to work in the interest of the American people rather than just eviscerate your political opponents, which is where we're at. And it feels like there has absolutely been a change this year because we got 4 indictments in 4.5 months against one person, one political figure in this entire country. So we're seeing the entire structure change. But historically, the idea would be that both branches would say, okay, we're going to fight over this stuff, but eventually we'll comply to a small degree. That's not happening anymore at all.
Hey, West Side.
Massey's now blasting Garland over that.
You're citing the Constitution. I'm going to cite it. It's our constitutional duty.
I'm in West Virginia. Still over 2 hours away.
When I said how many agents or assets of the government were present on January 5th and January 6th and agitating in the crowd to go into the Capitol and how many went into the Capitol. Can you answer that now?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, last time, you don't know how many there were or there were none.
I don't know the answer to either of those questions. If there were any, I don't know how many. Or whether there are any.
I think you may have just perjured yourself that you don't know that there were any. You want to say that again? That you don't know that there were any?
No personal knowledge of this matter. I think what I said last time.
You've had 2 years to find out. And today, by the way, that was in reference to Ray Epps. And yesterday you indicted him. Isn't that a wonderful coincidence? On a misdemeanor. Meanwhile, you're sending grandmas to prison. You're putting people away for 20 years for merely filming. Some people weren't even there yet. You got the guy on video. He's saying go into the Capitol. He's directing people to the Capitol before the speech ends. He's at the site of the first breach. You've got all the goods on him. 10 videos, and it's an indictment for a misdemeanor. The American public isn't buying it. I yield to bounce my time to Chairman Jordan.
I answer the question.
I'm going to ask someone now. We'll let the gentleman
go ahead, but
the discovery cases were filed with respect to January 6th. The Justice Department prosecutors provided whatever information they had about the question that you're asking. With respect to Mr. Epps, the FBI has said that he was not an employee or informant of the FBI. Mr. Epps has been charged, and there's a proceeding, I believe, going on today on that subject.
The charge is a joke. I yield to the chairman. The time the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the
charge is a joke because there are double standards for everybody. Hunter Biden gets a little slap on the wrist. Ray Epps gets a little slap on the wrist. Meanwhile, grandmas are in the gulags because of what they have done. So we continue to investigate. This is Representative Russell Fry. Of course, this is the Judiciary Committee hearing. He's going to walk through the entire timeline here with Merrick Garland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a slide up here. I'll start. In October or March of 22, Mr. Weiss was denied the ability to bring charges against Hunter Biden in the District of Columbia. In April of the same year, you testified before the Senate Appropriations Committee that Mr. Weiss was free to run the investigation without interference from the DOJ. According to the IRS whistleblower, there was a meeting in October of 22 where Mr. Weiss said that he was not the deciding official on whether charges were filed. And we know that because we have handwritten notes from the IRS whistleblowers that was confirmed in an email to people in the meeting. Later in January, Mr. Weiss was denied the ability to bring charges again against Hunter Biden in the Central District of California. You testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee in March of this year that he had that Weiss confirmed that to us in a letter in June that he had been granted, quote, full authority over this matter. But then he kind of backed up. On June 30th, he said, "Oh, just kidding. My charging authority is geographically limited to my home district in Delaware." And of course, you appoint him as special counsel. So why the heck has his story changed so many times over the course of these investigations?
Yeah, Mayor, how come? Congressman, I've seen all the 3 letters, read them quite carefully. They are all consistent with each other. And I urge everyone watching this on television or anyone who's interested to look at those 3 letters. They are not consistent with each other, and there's no change in this.
But you agree that he had, and you've said this publicly, that he had ultimate authority prior to the appointment of special counsel.
I've explained this repeatedly here. I've explained this in another proceeding. I said that Mr. Weiss would have the authority to bring a case in any jurisdiction in which he wanted to. And Mr. Weiss has confirmed that he would have that authority. I explained that he had to bring a case in another jurisdiction. As a matter of mechanics, it would require me to sign me or a delegate of mine to sign a 515 order. And that is very common.
But Mr. Attorney General,
there was nothing stopping that from happening.
Forgive me for a second, though, but that's when you say you have ultimate. When he wrote a letter on your behalf and you, I have ultimate authority prior to the designation of special counsel. Ultimate to me means like you can go wherever you want to.
Ultimate means
at that particular point, sir. But he filed charges in the District of South Carolina. He would not have that ability, correct? He would have to go through that U.S. attorney,
and he'd have to go back.
That's not
all
authority.
All you have to do is ask me for 515 authority. Ask him there. I signed it right away, just like when he asked me to be special counsel.
So he didn't have
days I signed that.
So he didn't have ultimate.
No, he had the authority because I promised.
Your promise is garbage, Merrick. We want it in writing. He wanted to go and just do it. He never had ultimate authority. He had like promised future authority. He had a promise of future authority. He couldn't actually go do it. If he walked right over to California or South Carolina, as he says, or DC, then he is rejected. He's first got to go through Merrick Garland, and then he's going to delegate it out. Must
not have that authority. See, here's where I'm going. If he was denied the ability to bring charges in March of 22 in the District of Columbia, if he was denied the ability to bring charges in January of 23 in the Central District of California, that's not full authority. No, it is not. These U.S. attorneys operate as gatekeepers, so that's not full authority to do much of anything. And you know what's remarkable to me? We sit here and we look at this, and his story has changed so many times. You know whose story hasn't changed? Mr. Shapley, Mr. Ziegler.
Shout out.
The emails that confirm that he said, I'm not the deciding person on whether charges are filed. And you know what the response back was from his colleague at work? Yep, you covered it all, Gary. That is consistent. What Mr. Weiss has done is this shell game and saying he has authority, he doesn't have authority, but these gatekeepers at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia and in the Central District of California, they would have the gatekeeping authority on whether charges are brought in their jurisdictions.
Sorry,
that designation, correct?
Those words have no meaning. Gatekeepers, Mr. Weiss said he was never denied authority. I'm the one with the authority to decide who to prosecute in the jurisdiction.
Did you hear what he just said? Mr. Weiss said he was never denied authority. Okay, so that's not the same as he hasn't, obviously. He was never denied it, doesn't mean
Tudor's Biscuit World
hasn't. Being very careful about these words. And then he says, I'm the one.
It'd be better if it was Teeters.
Heard that.
Huh?
Authority. I'm the one with the authority to decide who can prosecute
no, Marv.
in the jurisdiction.
We made that
I
Marv.
promised that he would have that authority. I do not see anything.
And he promised it. He is totally nabbed here. He said that he never told us that I promised David Weiss has the ultimate authority. He says David Weiss has the ultimate authority. It is different.
Consistency here. I was not at the meeting that Mr. Shapley was referring to.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
It's a simple question. If he already had it, why does he need it? That's the question. You said in your statement on August 11th, you said he will continue to have the authority to bring charges wherever he decides. So how can he continue to have a power that you just gave him? That's the fundamental question the gentleman from South Carolina was asking. If he already had it, why does he need it?
I tried to answer. He had the authority, and he continued to have it.
And then he specifically asked you, did you tell him ahead of time that he could get 515 status anytime? When did you tell him that he could get that if he requested?
Made absolutely clear.
No, I said when. Did you tell him at the start of the
Made
investigation?
clear from the beginning of my statements to the Senate that he would have the authority to make any decisions that he wanted to and bring prosecutions he thought were appropriate.
Would have. He would have. Did you hear that? He never had it. Okay. And we know that because he just appointed him to be special counsel status. So in my opinion,
Merrick Garland lied to us. Everybody at the DOJ who had this fictional facade that David Weiss was a special counsel, they all lied to us. They said he had powers that he never did. And we know that because they were like, oh crap, we got to give him the powers. And they appointed him to be special counsel. And he is, I know this is video, this is not a transcript, but he said David Weiss would have.
I-15 status anytime. When did you tell him that he could get that if he requested it?
Absolutely clear.
No, I said when. Did you tell him at the start of the
Made
investigation?
clear from the beginning in my statements to the Senate that he would have the authority to make any decisions that he wanted to and bring prosecutions he thought were appropriate.
Would have. That's it right there. Not that he did have, that he would have. And they told us that he did have. Okay, and I know this is semantics and word game stuff, but this, like these types of decisions, this stopped the entire Hunter Biden prosecution. Cold. Because David Weiss said that he did not have ultimate authority. And the Justice Department is just messing around in this gray area. And we say this phrase here sometimes, that you make the money in the madness. The gray area can be very profitable. And sometimes in the informational game, where we're transactioning knowledge and we're having conversations about who does what, when, and who's in charge, and who's in fault of, right? All of it is messy when you can play semantics and play word games. And David Weiss is sitting there. You know, Merrick Garland sits here all very consistent. I know exactly who had the authority at the date and time and who could do what and when, and he could flow chart the whole thing out, then diagram it up with Kamala. But that's not what we're talking about here. The actual consequence of Merrick Garland and all of this wordsmithing is David Weiss that said, I don't have the authority. Like practically, he was sitting there with the IRS and guys kept that in his toes. No investigation into the storage unit. You can't talk to interview all of the Biden crime family people, right? All of this is emanating from the fact that the people at the top of the investigation don't think that they have ultimate authority and they don't have ultimate power, so they can't do certain things. So it is really critical that we know what actually happened and who had authority and when. And Merrick Garland, I think, has absolutely lied to us, and his testimony today confirms that. And so this is another one from Tom McClintock, who's saying, how about these double standards that exist here and there? You know, you've got Jack Smith, who has an entire team of lawyers spending millions of dollars prosecuting Trump. You've got Robert Hur, who's kind of dragging his feet on the Biden investigation. And it just feels like you let Antifa go when you round up the J6ers. If you want to presume that maybe the Antifa people were not most of the J6ers, or a portion of the J6ers. But the point is, right, there are double standards in this country. Merrick, you're at the top of the chain here. What is the problem?
California's recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, looking again at the appointment of Jack Smith and David Weiss, this double standard of justice couldn't be more glaring. Jack Smith was deeply involved in the IRS scandal that targeted conservative political groups for harass. His malicious prosecution of former Governor McDonnell was unanimously overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court. Chief Justice Roberts rebuked Smith directly for attempting to criminalize political activity. You appointed him to prosecute Joe Biden's chief rival for the presidency. And then we have the appointment of David Weiss. Weiss deliberately allowed the statute of limitations to run out on any charges that could have implicated Joe Biden in influence peddling. He originally offered Hunter Biden a sweetheart deal that was ultimately upended by the court, and he's the one you appointed to pursue the charges that could implicate Joe Biden. That leaves me only two explanations, either corruption or incompetence. Which is it?
Corruption. Those are the kind of questions that judges would rule out of order.
I'm sure you would.
Which is what I said before, I will say again. Mr. Weiss was the Republican appointed United States Attorney, appointed by President Trump.
Do you at least see the obvious double standard applied in these two appointments?
Mr. Weiss was a Republican appointee, Mr. Smith,
who used to work with Joe Biden, okay? Hunter Biden's brother used to work with the prosecutor of Hunter in Delaware. So I get so tired of that stupid phrase, Trump appointed. They kept him on. Why? Because he was their guy.
is not registered to either party. His entire
I don't
career
care what
was
their
as
party
a
registrations are. I'm not asking what their party registrations are. I'm asking about their records and how those records would commend them to the appointments that you made. This is a question of judgment, and it's a question of motive. What was motivating you to do this?
Mr. Smith had a nationwide reputation for integrity and for appropriate prosecution. His work can be measured by what he actually has filed. Everyone in the country can see the indictment.
How can you say that after he was so heavily implicated in the IRS scandal? Or the rebuke that the Supreme Court gave in many other examples?
That's what he's talking about. He loved those filings. He's like, yeah, those are perfect. Those are great. He's so sorry he kind of got reprimanded for those things. But that's the type of player we want, man. Hit him at the knees. Take him out at the knees, man. We don't care if it's kind of borderline gray area, ethical, or unconstitutional, or whatever. If you're infringing on political speech. Well, if it's the bad kind of dangerous political speech that Jack Smith wants to attack or criminalize by prosecuting people, that's fair with us. In fact, that's like a bonus. They're like, all right, who is the most scummy prosecutor that we can find out there all in this world? They're like, this guy, Jack Smith. International Criminal Court, let's get this guy perfect.
Let me go on. We've had two IRS whistleblowers inform Congress of attempts by senior Justice Department officials to obstruct a criminal investigation into millions of dollars of ill-gotten and undeclared income to Hunter Biden. They noted several deviations by department officials for normal process of providing preferential treatment, in this case to Hunter Biden, a direct quote, including allowing the statute of limitations to lapse, requesting IRS and FBI management level.
And it goes on. And so that is a good exchange. Double standards obviously exist. And so we wrap up with Merrick Garland. And this is a smart guy. You know, he went to the best law schools. He's somebody who was on the list nominated to be on the Supreme Court. And he didn't make it. Fortunately for him. Some people think maybe he's got an extra right now. But not a dummy, right? Very careful with his words. When we go through here, he changes the words from had or continues to have to would have had. All of these things are painful changes for him to have to make, but he has to make them. And so now when he gets asked a question about a very obvious question, Merrick, did you ever communicate with the FBI about Hunter Biden? Not a complicated question. Hunter's a pretty well-known dude. Not a lot of other hunters out there that are in the White House that I'm aware of that are easy to confuse with. So it's a pretty obvious thing. If you're going to be involved in the president's son's case, you think you'd remember that, wouldn't you?
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation of the president's son?
I don't believe that I did. I promised the Senate when I came before it for confirmation that I would leave Mr. Weiss in place, that I would not interfere with his investigation.
Okay, did you never?
I have kept that promise.
Did you see him doing that acting little routine? Oh, gosh, it's a really hard answer to pull out of my brain. Oh. Watch this. You can watch his face. As he goes here, the question comes, and then here, look at this. Watch this right here. Oh, he even does the air in the lips.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department.
I'm sorry. You don't recollect whether you talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation of the president's son?
You do, Aaron. We all know you. So,
it's just a confusing situation here. I'm the Attorney General. I can't remember. You want me to remember the president's son and the FBI? I've got a lot of other things to focus on, like domestic violent extremism. I can't remember what the president's son does. What a joke. All right, so that's our Attorney General. Difficult time remembering things. And when they start misremembering things, that's a bad sign for them. That's not a good situation for them to be in. Hillary Clinton was in that position, like with the cloth. Oh, I don't recall, right? That's when you know they're totally busted. So Merrick Garland blasted in Congress. We'll continue to investigate this, my friends. Thank you for subscribing and checking out robertgovea.com. Sign up for our daily newsletter. We'd love to join you in your inbox, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the next one. All right. And so that is what's happening over with Mayor. But now, let's carry on with Hunter. Hunter Biden is due in court. He does not want to go there in person. He likes to kind of hang out in the gutter. But now, he can go through two different filings. One's lawyer, which is a request to appear by Zoom, and the DOJ, the Department of Justice, is actually objecting to this. They're saying, no, sorry, Hunty, you're going to have to show up there in person. A reaction from Jim Jordan. James Comer says that Hunter's lawsuit against the IRS is tantamount to intimidation, and we'll wrap it up. Those things is saying that this is an attack on his duty to look on corruption in the IRS. Of course, the letter from Hunter's lawyer. It is from Abe. He's that letter over to the court issued an order that said if you want to ask us to do anything, well, you're going to have to file a motion. And so they did. So it's kind of a funny thing. It's like, you can't just call to ask for something like that. You got to file a motion. And it's like, oh, all right. The judge entered an order. Boom, this dropped the next day. From Abe David Lowell, partner over at Winston & Strawn. September 19th. To the Honorable Judge Christopher J. Berkey, who's going to be the magistrate judge out of the District of Delaware, who's going to be handling the arraignment. And we remember that we have magistrate judges who will handle a lot of the preliminary things, just like in the Florida case with Trump. We have Judge Cannon, and a lot of the other things like the arraignments were handled by Judge Reinhardt. Same thing's happening here. So we've got here a judge that we're not familiar with, Judge Berkey. They're saying, hey, Your Honor, Hunter's lawyers, on behalf of our client, Hunter, in response to the court's order that you said that we needed to submit this in writing. Here we are. We respectfully request that the court hold Hunty's initial appearance in this case by video conference. It doesn't want to come. Neither party would be prejudiced by doing so, and the financial impact on government resources and the logistical burden on the downtown area of Wilmington are significant in having to have Hunty travel across the country, which should be a rather short proceeding. They don't want him to have to fly from his lawyer's Malibu place or wherever he is in California all the way across the country. They say Mr. Biden understands both the charges against him and his rights, which are the primary purposes of this proceeding. And since he already knows this stuff, we want him to be there. We believe the court can be assured of that fact by conducting this appearance by video. No matter whether we're in person or virtual, he will be waiving the reading of the indictment, which is a common thing. The judge, part of the arraignment process, the initial appearance process, is you got to know what the charges are against you. And the judge can't literally read the entire indictment if you wanted to, or you can say, we've already read it, we waive the right to do that. They say it's merely a few pages, could be easily read at a video conference, and Mr. Biden will enter a plea of not guilty, and so there's no reason why he cannot just simply utter those words by a video conference. It's just 2 words, Judge, just 2 words. In short, Mr. Biden is satisfied that his constitutional rights will be met by conducting this appearance by video. They say Mr. Biden is not seeking any special treatment in making this request, by the way. Not only was he given a sweetheart plea deal, never had his home raided, he's probably going to get a ton of time to review the discovery, unlike other people. They say he's not getting any special treatment in making this request. He has attended and will attend any proceedings in which his physical appearance is required, And in addition, neither Mr. Biden nor the government would be prejudiced if this was conducted by video. And there exists precedent to do it. This court permitted somebody else to do this as recently as January of the year. And they reference the case. They say these sorts of appearances by video became commonplace during COVID, and we know that they're efficient. They lack prejudice. And so while in-person initial appearances have resumed now that the pandemic has waned and now it's safer to do it, courts in this circuit have not hesitated to conduct initial appearances and arraignments by video when it's more efficient to do so. Saying in this regard, Hunty's request is nothing out of the ordinary. The indictment came back on September 14th. Hunty got charged with 3 counts filed by the government on an existing docket of the same case number already open. And while the charges in this indictment may be new, the proceedings are not. Mr. Biden already made an initial appearance before Judge Marica related to the tax misdemeanors. This is the gun charge. So they're saying he already showed up in court once following the hearing. The marshals and probation process Mr. Biden at the courthouse, which included usual procedures. And look at this, my friends. He was submitted to multiple sets of fingerprints and he had his photograph taken. There's a Hunter mugshot photo, fingerprints, and a mugshot. Now, how come they haven't released that to us and plastered that all over the media? Where's the mugshot? And filled out the required forms for release. As the court instructed Mr. Biden at the conclusion of that hearing, he needed to go downstairs to the marshal's office for processing, and he's got to catch up with probation. So Mr. Biden is then processed. Since that proceeding, Mr. Biden has scrupulously complied with his conditions since returning home to California. And this is where they're going to make the argument that the diversion deal, which they allege is a private contract between the government and them, is in effect, which immunizes Hunter from everything. They're going to make this argument. You can see they're already framing it out. He's complied with his conditions, and it's his expectations that the conditions will remain in place. Moreover, should there be any discussion of revising Mr. Biden's condition of release, so he's making the point that the judge already set release conditions on the tax charges, released on his own recognizance. I think he has to do some drug testing, stuff like that. He's saying they already set release conditions in the tax case, so basically just carry over those release conditions over to the gun charge. Moreover, should there be any discussion of revising Mr. Biden's existing conditions, there's no reason why we can't do this by video. The problem with this is there is a reason that this is a problem. Okay, if the judge does want to modify the release conditions, like let's say the judge comes back, the judge is sitting there, and they say, okay, Hunty, you're here on new charges for the gun crime, and here's 3 gun charges, so here's what we're talking about. Government, what do we know about the case? And the prosecutor says, well, Your Honor, last time you were here, you told him to go down and get a drug test. Well, he went down, got a drug test, and he came back, he's full of crack. And the judge could say, you're full of crack? Whoa, yeah, we thought there was some cocaine or something at the White House. This makes a lot of sense. And the judge can say, well, guess what? Your release conditions are changed because you're already in violation. Probation has made a bad report. You're going into custody right now. That's a different problem if you're on video than if you're in person. You just go right into custody if you're in person. You can't do that if you're on video. So given these reasons, Mr. Biden seeks this procedure to minimize the unnecessary burden on government resources and the disruption to the courthouse and the downtown areas when a person protected by Secret Service flies across the country and then must be transported to and from a downtown location. Without getting into the specifics, they're saying this is a big deal. This is the president's son after all. Numerous agents and vehicles are required for what would have to be a 2-day event for a proceeding that's very short, which I agree with, but they are short, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This includes agent planes in California and Delaware, as well as agents who must travel with him on the plane. It's a lot, yeah. You know, Trump has had to do it 4 times now, okay? So, yeah, Hunter's going to have to do it too, I guess. In addition, as the court is aware from the last appearance, security also requires shutting down local roadways in Wilmington. And coordination with law enforcement marshal service, and other logistical challenges. So the government's opposition, as we're going to read in a minute, to this common sense request is puzzling, because Mr. Biden is not asking for special treatment, as individuals without the additional considerations herein regularly make such appearances by video. Yeah, sorry, Trump had to go show up in court for his charges. So this signed off on here by Ave Lowell, counsel for Robert Hunter Biden. You see here, this final page is blank, and you're saying, it's a lot of work for the president's son, Secret Service and everything. Can he just show up on a Zoom meeting? Well, the government says, sorry, we don't think so. Shorter filing from the DOJ. This is the office of the special counsel, David Weiss. Can you believe it? They're sending this one. And this is not coming from Leo. This is coming from Derek Hines. And let's see what he says in response. To the Honorable Judge. Dear Judge, the government, prosecutors, David Weiss, and others, now oppose Hunter's request for a virtual appearance. 15 months ago, the court's standing order authorizing virtual proceedings during the pandemic expired. And since it expired, this court has almost always held in-person initial appearances for the defendants, and Hunter should be treated no differently. Hunter suggests that an accommodation is necessary due to the financial impact on the government resources and the logistical burden. But the only two cases from this district that he cites as precedent does not even involve those issues. For example, in U.S. versus Ben, in that case, the defendant was wounded in California during a gang-related shooting, and he was not medically cleared for travel. Okay, that's why he didn't go, Hunter. In U.S. versus Burns, a virtual hearing was held 2 days after the expiration of the standing order for a defendant located in Texas who could not afford to travel to Delaware. So something just expired, and boom, they just had to do it quickly. Hunter Biden does not contend that he's injured, he was not shot in a gang-related incident, or he's not indigent, meaning he can afford it, he's not poor, he can travel. This other guy couldn't afford a plane ticket. If convenience was a legitimate basis to warrant virtual proceedings, every single defendant would ask for them in every case. Hunter could afford to travel. Now, although the federal rules of criminal procedure, although they do permit teleconferencing for hearings, the commentary to the rules, the explanations to the rules, says that the court has discretion to decide whether or not to hold proceedings virtually. As noted in the commentary, they say much can be lost when video teleconferencing occurs. A non-exhaustive set of reasons not to hold a virtual hearing include the following. First, one reason you might want to not do it by video is it may not promote the public's confidence in the integrity and the solemnity of a federal criminal proceeding. That is the view that some have witnessed to use the proceedings in state jurisdictions. Now, while it's difficult to quantify intangible benefits and the impact of requiring a person to be brought into the courtroom, the committee realizes with some of these rules that something is lost when the defendant is not required to make a personal appearance. Another consideration may be inadequate some courtroom equipment. So some equipment might be good. They might not have the right equipment for high quality transmission.
Watching the watchers.
And finally, the judge may miss an opportunity, to accurately assess the physical, emotional, mental condition of a defendant, a factor that may weigh on pretrial decisions like release from detention. You want to look into somebody's eyes and see if they're on crack. It's hard to do that if you're not there in person. And you want to see if they're shaken or whatever, right? Judges look for that stuff, and I'm telling you that from experience. Hard to see that stuff when you're zoomed out all the way back in the camera, nobody can see it. An in-person hearing, says the government, is important to promote the public's confidence, if there is any left, that Hunter is being treated consistently with other defendants. They say the previous arraignment held in connection with this matter was anything but routine, because the defendant and his previous lawyers were not prepared to answer the court's questions. For example, The defendant provided contradictory testimony. Hunter really botched that whole thing. And his previous attorney apologized to the court for the way the defendant and his lawyer chose to answer the court's questions. Apparently,
state capitol, babe.
Apparently, during that plea deal, the defense attorney apologized to the judge for his unartful phrasing for some of the issues, caused him to revise his position. The confusion they caused resulted in the court twice recessing the proceeding only to ultimately defer a decision based on the proposed and subsequently withdrawn divergent and plea deal. So, in other words, don't act like the first proceeding went swimmingly, okay? It was a disaster. And so if you're trying to carry the benefits of that into this proceeding, you're nuts. It was a disaster. Although the government anticipates this proceeding should be straightforward, since the parties have not reached an agreement, we believe an in-person proceeding may be more conducive to addressing any unforeseen issues that arise. This is another good point. It's also a great opportunity for the attorneys to meet, government prosecutors and the defense. Finally, the government anticipates asking this court to order conditions of pretrial release consistent with probation and the recommendations of the prior order. Given the serious felony gun charges at issue, they're calling it serious here, which is funny because it's not. This court should have an opportunity to assess the defendant in a live setting to see if he's on crack and considering recommendations for conditions of release. Accordingly, the government opposes Hunter's request for a virtual proceeding. And they say, previously, Judge, the Secret Service has also coordinated with the marshals. And they have provided protective services in multiple initial appearances and arraignments. Yeah, they've done it. They've got pretty good at it because Trump has done this 4 times now. So Hunter can do it again. And that is the letter from the prosecutors. Now, we'll see what the judge says about it. I do hope that she hauls his butt in there, or this is a gentleman judge, Christopher Berkey. We'll see if he hauls Hunter in there. But we're continuing to see more pressure, not only in the courts, but in Congress as well. Jim Jordan got to ask some questions of Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, the man who has botched the appointment of David Weiss in the prosecution here. Questions about this. He's got 4 points about Hunter's criminality.
Here are 4 facts that I think are so important. Hunter Biden was put on the board of bereavement, made a lot of money, got paid a lot of money over those years, a couple $1 million. He wasn't qualified. Fact number 2, he wasn't qualified to be on the board of bereavement. Not my words, his words. He said he got on the board because of his last name. The brand, as Devin Archer said when he was under oath and we deposed him. Fact number 3, bereavement executives told Hunter Biden, we're under pressure, we need help. Fact number 4, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine, leverages our tax money, American people's tax money, to get the prosecutor fired who was applying the pressure. Interestingly enough, that fact is entirely consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and they recorded in the 1023 form. Same form Mr. Ray didn't want to let this committee and the Congress see. That all happened.
4 reasons why Hunter is a criminal. And of course, we've known all of those things, but Jim Jordan is diving into it in Congress. Now, we also know that the Biden crime family and Hunter, through his lawyers, submitted a lawsuit suing the IRS. They say that whistleblowers have been communicating illegal information about Hunter's tax records. And
beautiful here.
Now they're suing the IRS. Now, James Comer, who's on the Oversight Committee, who has been doing good work with the IRS whistleblowers, is here to explain that this is not about collecting damages. As we talked about when we reviewed Hunter's IRS lawsuit, he was asking for about $16,000 of damages, give or take, plus some attorney's fees and stuff like that. But the attorney's fees, my estimation, are going to be a lot more than $16,000. And so this is about causing a consequence, not recouping recovery money, monetary damages. Here is James Comer explaining that this is really about witness intimidation.
The whistleblowers have protected whistleblower protection. Democrats in Congress used to care about that. They used to file bills and pass bills to protect whistleblowers and encourage whistleblowers to come forward. That's exactly what the 2 brave whistleblowers did who testified before my House Oversight Committee. But what we're seeing now in real life form is witness intimidation by the Biden legal team. They want to send a message to any other potential whistleblowers out there. Do not cooperate with
credit cards
the
not
House
accepted
Oversight
at toll
Committee. Do not
plazas.
cooperate with this investigation, or we
shit.
will sue you.
You have cash?
And see that you're liable and have to pay out
You have cash?
life savings.
Alright, so that is.
Now I'll get some at one of the toll booths. Getting on a turnpike and we just passed the Capitol. Beautiful area. You can see it from here still.
He says
Big gold dome up.
yes, I am able to. I hear what this lawsuit says.
Well, I mean, I don't have to pay to get on. I don't think there was a sign there that says do not accept credit cards. I don't know if they do easy pass.
Respond to something that Hunter Biden's lawsuit says. They say that under oath, previously stated that all of the recommended misdemeanor charges for Mr. Biden tax year 2017, not, as he told me on my show, related to 2017, 2018, and 2019. So help us clear that up.
So Jake, I really appreciate you for having me on the show. So this lawsuit that was filed yesterday, this is an effort to silence me and Gary. This is an effort to silence future whistleblowers from coming forward. This is an effort to silence IRS people from coming forward to Congress, and it's disappointing. It's disappointing and it's disheartening. And what I would point everyone to is we followed the law. We followed the whistleblower law. Congress wrote the law 6103 provisions, which protects taxpayer information. That law was written by Congress, and they also added a caveat for whistleblowers. 6103F5. We presented to the House Ways and Means Committee. They voted that out of the committee, and then now that is public information. You can actually find that information on their website. So that was publicly available information. I came on your show. I discussed information that was within my transcript, and I stick by what I said in my transcripts of the House Ways and Means Committee.
All right, so that is Joseph Ziegler, IRS whistleblower, and we just got the news, my friends, that the Hunter Biden judge denies his request to appear virtually. Let's take a look at the order. This one is fresh out of the oven, coming in today, and we see that it says in a short 2-page filing from the judge, Christopher J. Berkey, says the following. All right, the court has reviewed the motions here. Hunter is seeking leave to appear by video for his initial appearance. As we're going to explain, the court orders that Hunter's motion is denied. They say the court understands Hunty's point that the initial appearance, as well as the arraignment, which will occur at the same hearing, will not likely be lengthened, and that there will be some amount of logistical inconvenience for Hunty and the Secret Service if the hearing is held in person as opposed by video. But although initial appearances in criminal matters are often short, our court has always considered them to be important. In part, that is because the hearing is one of the few occasions in a criminal case when a defendant physically appears in our court before a judge in a setting that helps emphasize the integrity and solemnity of a federal criminal proceeding. And in part, that is due to the significant nature of the rights that are discussed at the hearing. The judge says, moreover, in this matter, most of the criminal charges that Hunty now faces are new and were not addressed at his prior hearing in July, such that this will be the first time that they are discussed. The court will also address Hunty's pretrial release conditions, while the court expects that it is likely that the currently imposed conditions will remain in place, or either side to suggest alterations. The court would want to be able to address that in person with the parties, right? This is the crackhead provision. If anybody wants to make an adjustment, like probation comes back, or pretrial services comes back, and they say, Hunter is testing a little hot on some of these numbers. Somebody might want to suggest some alternative. And the judge might say, well, all right, now you're going into custody. Not saying that's likely to happen, but it is a possibility. And this is why judges want you there at that first setting. Other than during the exigent circumstances of COVID, when the court was proceeding under a now expired CARES Act standing order. In 12 years as a judge, The undersigned judge cannot recall ever having conducted an initial appearance other than in person. Let's start now. That has been the case as to defendants of all types, regardless of their location or their personal circumstance. In the end, the court agrees with both the defendant and the government that Hunter should not receive special treatment in this case any more than he's already got from the government. Absent some unusual circumstance, he should be treated just as he would any other defendant in our court. Any other defendant would be required to attend his or her initial appearance in person. So too here. Therefore, Hunter's motion is denied. An initial appearance and arraignment is scheduled September 26, 10 a.m. in courtroom 2A, and your butt better be there, Hunter. Signed by Judge Christopher J. Burke. Shout out to the judge. Pack your bags, Hunter. Make sure you leave your bong at home with your lawyer or your other lawyer. All right, and so that, my friends, is the update. Hunter asks the judge to appear by Zoom, and he is denied. So, of course, we'll continue to cover that. We will have an initial appearance arraignment at the end of September, and I hope you join us as we cover it. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for visiting robertgovea.com to catch the latest. We'll see you on the next one. All right. And we've got one final segment, and this is some good stuff, my friends. Let's get right to it. Former Capitol Hill Chief of Police Stephen Sund testified in front of Congress, and he's confirming what many of us have said for a long time. Nancy Pelosi was really responsible for January 6th. She was the senior official to whom the Sergeant-at-Arms from the House of Representatives reported. And the House of Representatives Sergeant-at-Arms, Paul Irving, was the guy who got a bunch of phone calls from Stephen Sund to bring in the National Guard. But as we're going to hear, Stephen Sund tells us it took 71 minutes for that approval to happen, despite making dozens of phone calls. Calling. Nobody's answering. In my opinion, because they wanted it all to happen. And they, as per usual, project, and so they blamed Trump for sitting around on his big fat butt in whatever room he was in, watching the news, eating lunch or whatever. Here, they were doing exactly that. It was their House of Representatives, their Senate chamber. They had responsibility for protecting the building. They let it fail. Capitol Hill Chief of Police, former Stephen Sund, was testifying, and I'd encourage you to really support his efforts by considering to buy his book, Courage Under Fire. We'll revisit that here at the end. But this is what the Capitol Hill Chief of Police said. He testified in front of Congress. And I want to get this queued up so we don't miss anything. At 16:35 is when his statement starts.
That you please wrap up, as that indication 5 minutes has expired. I now recognize Chief Sund for 5 minutes.
Former Chief of Police on January 6th.
Ranking Member Torres and members of the subcommittee. It's hard to believe that it's been almost 3 years since January 6th, and we're still having congressional hearings to identify what contributed to that tragic day. To date, there have been 4 congressional reports, along with several Inspector General and Government Accountability Office reports, and they continue to support what many of us have suspected from the very beginning. January 6th was an intelligence failure. We rely on accurate intelligence to help us develop effective security and operational plans. Accurate intelligence is an essential factor in the decision-making process of the Capitol Police, the Capitol Police Board, and the oversight committees. We now know that significant intelligence existed, that individuals were plotting to storm the Capitol building, target lawmakers, and discussing shooting my officers. And yet no intel agencies or units sounded the alarm. We were blindsided. Intelligence failed operations. Why is that? The FBI had dozens, if not hundreds, of informants. They had informants with the Proud Boys. Why did they not comply? Capitol Police Office. The 6th attack at the Capitol was preventable. If the intelligence had accurately reported and the FBI and DHS had followed their policies and established practices, I wouldn't be sitting here today. There was a failure to connect the dots on 9/11 and again on January 6th. I'm concerned if we do not identify and correct these issues, we may fail again in the future. I did everything I could to protect and defend the U.S. Capitol and the members of Congress prior to and on January 3rd. Prior to January 6th and prior to and on January 6th. On January 3rd, I requested the assistance of the National Guard to support my perimeter and was denied by the 2 sergeant-at-arms over the concern for politics and optics.
Politics.
Still concerned for the number of personnel I had on my perimeter, I called the MPD earlier on the morning of January 6th and asked if they could stage additional personnel closer to the Capitol.
What does this issue miss?
Less than 2 hours later, we were violently attacked on the west front of the Capitol at 12:53 p.m. I immediately followed up on that morning call and contacted MPD Chief Carroll at 12:55 p.m. and requested those resources. MPD was on the scene within minutes and were assisting my officers in holding the line and delaying the breach of the building. It took 81 agonizing minutes for that mob to fight their way through numerous police lines before they were able to breach the Capitol. The decision to reach out to MPD proved critical in safeguarding the members of Congress. Minutes after the attack began, I made my first call to House Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving at 12:58 p.m. to request approval to bring in the National Guard. Let me run it up the chain, and I will get back to you, was his response. It would be 71 minutes before that approval would finally come. Between 12:58 and when I finally received approval from the National Guard at 2:09 p.m., I made 32 calls to coordinate support from my officers, including at least 11 frustrating calls to the Sergeant-at-Arms regarding my request for the National Guard. My calls to my partner law enforcement agencies resulted in hundreds of police officers from around the National Capital Region and as far away as New Jersey responding to assist. After I received approval to call in the National Guard, I then had to beg the Pentagon officials to send us help. I was repeatedly denied assistance by the Army Lieutenant General Pyatt, citing concerns over optics of the National Guard on Capitol Hill.
More optics.
The DC National Guard, many of whom were standing within eyesight of the Capitol, and whose motto is Capitol Guardians, would not arrive until almost 6 p.m. After the fighting and it was over in the Capitol.
They loved the optics. They loved what they were seeing. They wanted those optics. The optics of a secure Capitol with nothing going on was not what they wanted.
Ground secured. The New Jersey State Police arrived before they did. To add insult to injury, the Inspector General for the Department of Defense considered the response, quote, appropriate. Besides the MPD, the National Guard was the next largest cadre of personnel that could be deployed to assist my officers who desperately needed those boots on the ground. The fact that the Chief of Police, responsible for the entire legislative branch of government, was repeatedly denied assistance by the Pentagon is indefensible.
Insane.
The fact that an experienced law enforcement official was constrained by federal law for bringing in life-saving resources for his officers is unfathomable. It's insane. This type of politicized control and oversight was and continues to be detrimental to the mission. Why bring in an experienced police chief if you're not going to allow him to do his job? In December 2021, Congress amended 2 U.S.C. 1970, the law that restricted my ability to bring in federal resources. While the amendment now grants the chief authority to call in federal resources only during an emergency, it does not grant the chief authority to request federal resources in advance of an event, which means the request can still be denied. In other words, the law still requires the chief to seek advance approval from the Capitol Police Board and congressional leadership. This is exactly what I faced on January 3rd. It should also be noted that the new amendment makes the chief emergency authorization revocable. I'm extremely proud and appreciative of the Capitol Police officers, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the other law enforcement agencies that came to our assistance. Despite bureaucratic issues on the Hill and a no-show by the military, it was law enforcement that saved the day, and not a single member of Congress was injured. Thanks to the assistant law enforcement, the men and women of the Capitol Police did not fail in the mission.
So beautiful here.
In conclusion, I ask that this committee address the institutional failures that contributed to January 6th. I also implore the committee to have an independent entity investigate the complaints and allegations of retaliation against intel whistleblowers following January 6th and review any of the personnel actions to include disciplinary actions that occurred following January 6th to ensure they were properly investigated and not subject to any inappropriate actions, coercion, influences, or predetermined outcomes. Thank you for your time, and I'll look forward to your questions.
All right, great opening statement from Stephen's son, the former Capitol Hill Chief of Police. And as we heard him say, he made a phone call to Sergeant at Arms of the House, Paul Irving, at 12:58 p.m. Made 11 phone calls, finally got approval 71 minutes later, walked us through the timeline, saying, I need help. Okay, you can picture this man scrambling all over the place, trying to muster support. going to the people who gives him permission to do that, to the Pentagon, the Sergeant at Arms. They're all stalling him out. They're all saying sorry, right? He is the hub in the middle of the wheel. All these people are the spokes. He's trying to get them all to communicate. They're all just hitting the FB button on the phone. So he can't get any support at all. And what we see is after those 11 calls, finally they grant some approval. It takes them hours later to show up. And finally they show up. Most of the things are already over. Now, Sun obviously has been made to be the scapegoat of this. And they asked for his resignation immediately after all of this occurred. This is what Nancy Pelosi said during the aftermath of January 6th. And she was brought in, and listen to this. This is wild to watch in hindsight, because she's now going to be blaming Stephen Sun. Right? The whole thing has already been set up. But the question that she gets lobbed here is about the Sergeant at Arms. So she just defers right on past that. Okay, skips right over the Sergeant at Arms, the person who would have approved some support, goes right to Sun.
Security breaches here. Chuck Schumer's talking about firing the Sergeant at Arms over there. Are you taking a similar step over here? What are you going to do to address the security breaches over there?
Well, let me just say that is a very important question. Let me hold for a moment, because it is not that we have to do the after-action review. I have
what?
I am calling for the resignation of the Chief of Capitol Police, Mr. Sun, and I have received notice from Mr. Irving that he will be submitting his resignation.
Okay, so the guy who was calling for help and the guy who was ignored, they asked for his resignation. Pelosi asked for it, Paul Irving asked for it, they just make him the scapegoat. They start to exit him immediately.
Having said that, we'll have the after-action review, but it goes beyond the Capitol Police. It goes to the FBI. What was the shortcoming in their intelligence that they provided? It goes
they didn't provide anything. Stephen Sun just told us they didn't provide anything. They knew a ton of this because they had guys like Kenny Lozardo who were hanging out with Enrique Tarrio, picking him up from jail. Okay, they had informants all over the place. In the Proud Boys trial, the defense attorneys estimated there were as many as 50 informants, and we didn't know much about them because many of them were not a part of the FBI at all. In fact, they put them over to be a part of DHS, Homeland Security Intelligence, whatever agency that was. So you just couldn't identify the people.
Was to the Department of Defense. How long did it take for them to respond or anticipate the need for the National Guard? It goes to many other elements of the executive branch, and I think we have to have a full review. But from the standpoint of, well, let me just say this: many of our Capitol Police just acted so bravely, and so with such concern for the staff, for the members, for the Capitol.
But not Stephen Sun. He's got to go.
Many of them,
because he has all the inside info about your corruption.
But there was a failure of leadership at the top of the Capitol.
No, it was the Senate Sergeant at Arms.
He hasn't even told us. No, so.
Did you hear that? Okay, did you hear that? He hasn't even called us. He didn't even call. We have another segment coming up. Stephen Sun's going to respond to that.
I have made words that I would be saying that we're calling for his resignation. Now, in that score, getting back to what was underestimated, that the President of the United States would not be as insightful.
Trump.
Perhaps somebody thought for a moment that he would be patriotic before he leaves office. He just this once. So again,
you guys set him up.
The fact that these people were incited, and you know what? Last night, I don't know if you heard on the floor, but some of the Republicans and their enabling of the president's bad behavior have said those were not Trumpites. There were Antifa invading the Capitol.
Yeah.
Disguised as Trump.
Yeah.
Right. So
and feds.
We have a problem here.
And feds. Guys like Rams.
That is going on with the Republicans in the Congress as well. And undermining the election, again, enabling the president. And if they don't recognize what yesterday was, a threshold was crossed of such magnitude that there is no way that this president should be allowed to make any decisions to rouse any troops of his Trumpites.
Trump is still in office right now.
What's next? What happens today?
We got to stop him.
Who knows?
We got to get rid of him.
We do know that he must be
he must be contained, right? The intelligence op was in effect, and that's what they use to bring in the second impeachment and to try to stop him, let's say, from pardoning Snowden or from pardoning Julian Assange or from doing anything else. They had leverage on him because they've instigated the January 6th attacks. And so there's another clip. Now, Pelosi just got done telling us that she never even got a phone call from Stephen's son. It was very rude. You know, you'd think that the Capitol Hill chief of police would just make a phone call for crying out loud. Let's see if that's true.
For being here today. Members of the committee and Congress are thankful for your prior service to the Capitol Police and your commitment to protecting members, staff, and visitors. My priority as chairman of the Committee on House Administration is to depoliticize Capitol Police. I'm committed to ensuring the U.S. Capitol Police has the tools, resources, and leadership it needs to keep our community safe. I also remain committed to supporting our law enforcement officers and the work they do each day. Today, we're here to discuss the security failures that occurred on January 6, 2021, and how we can prevent these failures from occurring again. I want to dive into the questions, Chief Son. In your transcribed interview, you mentioned that you met with the House Sergeant at Arms regarding the National Guard prior to January 6th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who was the House Sergeant at Arms leading up to and on January 6th?
That would be Paul Irving.
And the House Sergeant at Arms was appointed by who?
Was appointed at that time by Speaker Pelosi.
In your transcribed interview, you mentioned that when you first brought up the National Guard to the House Sergeant at Arms in the days leading up to January 6th, Mr. Irving said he, quote, didn't like the optics, end quote. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. He referenced being concerned for optics.
You know, January 6th, when he went to Mr. Irving to get his approval to call in the Guard, Mr. Irving said he would, quote, run it up the chain. Is that correct?
Yes, so that was a telephone call. I didn't see him in person when I first met him first.
The House Sergeant at Arms is considered probably the most senior security official on the House side. When Mr. Irving says he has to, quote, run it up the chain, end quote, what did that mean?
I took that to mean his leadership chain.
Who's that?
And who would be his leadership chain? He's functionally the most senior security official on the House side, correct?
That's his title. That's part of the title, the senior law enforcement official for the House of Representatives. But he would have been referring to the leadership team that goes to Speaker Pelosi.
So the political leadership team, meaning elected officials, not another security official, is that?
That is correct, sir. He's the top security official for the House.
Hey. So running up the chain would most likely, in your opinion, is through the Speaker's office and possibly to Speaker Pelosi.
That would be where it ends, yes.
Yep.
Okay, so let's park that there, and then let's jump to the second set here. In a press conference on January 7th, Speaker Pelosi called for your resignation on national television. Speaker Pelosi also stated that she had not talked to you since the initial breach of the Capitol. But according to your transcribed interview, you were on the phone with Speaker Pelosi a few times. Can you explain the discrepancy?
Yeah, that is correct. I spoke to Speaker Pelosi 3 times that evening, and she went on national TV and said I'd never spoken to her. But I spoke to her 3 times. Three times were the first time when I wrote was a brief Vice President Pence at the secure location. I called House Sergeant at Arms Irving, told him I was going over to brief the Vice President. I was also going over to do a personal assessment of the Capitol. At that point, things were getting under control. Went over there, briefed him on when we can get them back in the chambers, with Mr. Irving being fully aware. He said he wanted to get Speaker Pelosi on the phone. He made a phone call from his cell phone at approximately 5:54, where I first briefed Speaker Pelosi.
How about
the second call is when I left that location. As I was walking away, I met up with Mr. Stenger. We started walking to the Senate to brief the Senate. When Jennifer Hemingway, I believe it was Jennifer Hemingway, handed me his cell phone, and it was Emily Barrett's cell phone calling her. There was Speaker Pelosi on the other line.
On the phone?
Second call was
2 times. She's on the
questioning
phone.
the information I given to Vice President about when we can get back in the chambers. I assured her that information was correct. We could get them back in the chambers by 7 p.m. That was call number 2. Call number 3 was 6:25 p.m. I was over at the Senate from the secure location. From where the Senate had been sequestered, and on a cell phone using Robert Karam's cell phone, they dialed leadership, who was over off-site at a secure location, and I briefed all of the leadership. the pints to get them back in the chambers. That would be call number 3 with Speaker Pelosi.
So you didn't have one call, you didn't have 2 calls, you had 3 calls. So Speaker Pelosi comments that she didn't speak to or anything.
Lies.
Let me shift gears and go back
She's a liar.
as it relates to the optics of bringing people up to Capitol Hill and running things up the chain of command, ultimately to the Speaker's office. Do you think Speaker Pelosi's office or Speaker Pelosi herself politicized Capitol security?
I have no idea.
Okay. Any other clarifications you'd like to make as it relates to Speaker Pelosi's comments that you didn't speak to her?
I just, wish he had considered that. Wish he had considered some of the stuff that I faced and the efforts I went through to bring in the outside resources on that paper, which called for a resignation.
Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, it would have been nice if she would have been honest with us about it, but she wasn't interested in honesty. She made that man the scapegoat. He called and literally spoke to her 3 times. He's got the receipts for it. He's got the times. He knows who he spoke to. But she went out in front of America and literally lied to everybody. So if she's going to lie about even phone calls, that means, can you trust anything she says? Her credibility does not exist. Stephen Sun ended up resigning, and he has been hammered ever since then. He's one man speaking the truth amongst others. But I'd encourage you to support him, my friends. If you have the means, support him. You can follow him on Twitter. He's also got this book called Courage Under Fire. It's a great book, very factually based, and I think it's quite good. So I'd encourage you to support him. It's one way to show him that you're out there. Stephen Sun on Amazon, wherever it is you buy books, Courage Under Fire. And the fire I think he's under now is from the left, from the deep state, from the people who don't want him to tell the truth about the phone calls that he made and about all the things that really happened. So shout out to Stephen Sun, confirming Pelosi is behind January 6th. All right, my friends, now that is it for us on the day. And so we are going to leave it there. We got a good update from Stephen Sun. We've got Hunter asking the judge to appear by Zoom and being denied. And then, of course, we had Merrick Garland appearing in front of Congress, in front of the judiciary today, to answer questions about all of their partisan corruption. But now it's time to hear from you and see what you have to say about all of this. We're going to say what's up to our friends on YouTube, our friends on Rumble, our friends at watchingthewatchers.locals.com, which is where we will go to our members only after party as soon as we say hello to you, my friends. Of course, also want to invite you to sign up for our daily newsletter at robertgovea.com. We appreciate that. And so let's see who we have in the house. Thank you, my friends, for these generous donos coming in on the house. And Crash to Contrary is starting us off over on Locals. Oops, what the heck did I just do? What was that? I've never done that before. All right, let's do this. Boom. We got Crashes in the house, says Rob. According to Fox News, Representative Mark Green from Tennessee says that 18,000 military-aged Chinese nationals have come across the southern border under Joe. For perspective, that is nearly the same size as the ground combat element of the 3rd Marine Division, grunts, cannon, people, recon, etc. 18,000. Time to impeach the guy now. See the attached vid on YouTube from Crash to Contrary. Thank you for that, Crash. It's crazy. So I just saw that the town of Eagle Pass, Texas, declared a state of emergency. Remember, about 1 year ago, there was the Haitian migrant crisis under a bridge. There's another one right now. Almost to the day, the year to the day. Eagle Pass just declared a state of emergency. The city of Eagle Pass, today the mayor signed an emergency declaration declaring a state of disaster due to immigration. And I think there was something from Bill Malugin on this one. Let me see if I can grab it. Yeah, here's kind of what, I'll try to find it. And it's not good, not a good situation over there. Here is what it looks like under the bridge. Same thing happening. Oh my gosh, there's a donkey over there. Oh, it's a horse. It's a border patrol horse. Same thing. It's like deja vu. It's like deja vu, isn't it? We just did this a year ago. And here we are again. This is an Eagle Pass from Bill Malugin. Yeah, he says it feels like deja vu. I took the images on the left exactly 2 years ago. I took the images on the right. These are the ones on the right. Venezuela. Here, look, it's the same thing. This was 1 year ago. This is today. That was 1 year ago. This is today. Same thing. And they say the border's great. It's all getting better or something. So that was a good comment. Thanks for sharing that one from Crash in the house. We also got MAGA Hat Stays says Linwood cooperates in Georgia. This guy was bad news. I saw that. I haven't looked into that one in depth, but I did see that he is apparently a witness against Trump. Thanks, MAGA Hat. Brett the Illustrator is in the house. What's up, Brett? Thanks for becoming a supporter on YouTube. We do member-only streams in the morning for our members. We do Saturday shows, and we do after parties. So hopefully we see you at all three, Brett. Thanks for joining us. Southern Comfort says, another reason why you might want the virtual appearance is so you can avoid the key test. No doubt about that. Hunter doesn't want to test positive for the crack. We've got Jennifer Newman is here laughing. Thank you, Jennifer, for that one. Very nice one. Thanks for being a member, too. Sending in this support. And I don't know, what is that? That looks like an interesting mouth. I don't know what that is, but it's an interesting mouth. Thank you, Jennifer. That's not your fault. It's just an interesting animation. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jennifer. We got Curtis Bottoms is in the house. Says, welcome, Curtis. Became a supporter. So hopefully we see you in the after party. Should be fun. We've got Ian Mack here. Says Garland 2 years later doesn't know. So his defense is that he is so terrible at his job he hasn't bothered to look into it. It's a barefaced lie. Yeah, it's like, look, that is not the right answer, right? Congress has been asking about this for a long time. So either you didn't look into it because you don't want to. You tried to look into it, you couldn't get the answer because your agency is corrupt. Or you're just too, you're incompetent. Like, why aren't you getting the questions for Congress? Yeah, I think he's just lying. You're right about that. We got Jean, been a member for 19 months. Woo, woo. That is over 2 babies. That's a lot. Thank you, John, for being a member for 19 months. How fun. Says, should investigate Pelosi, as she probably hired Ray. Yeah, maybe she did. Maybe they were all in on it together. I don't know. But certainly, there's more to both of the stories. MAGA Hat Stays says, the state of emergency to get federal funds to house and care for, not to depart. Saying the feds are facilitating it. 7,000 people a day. It's insane. It's a lot of people. And yeah, I think the idea is right. They kind of want to break the system. They want to buckle the system so that everything fails. So they have to come back with a mass amnesty plan. And then everybody just clamors for a government solution because things have gotten so bad, because they caused them to become so bad. Thank you, MAGA Hat. We got Jack Mack in the house. Says, just me and my dog driving from Texas to Michigan today. That's a nice trek, Jack Mack. Your stream helped pass the time. Thanks. P.S. Pelosi is the queen of liars. Yes, Jack, no doubt about that. Did you hear her just lie through her mask right to us? She lied through her teeth and her mask right to us. Son called her 3 times and she just lied. Very, very inappropriate, very rude. I hope you're driving safely. Shout out to Jack Mack and your puppy. Hopefully you have a very smooth sailing from Texas to Michigan and you enjoy your time there. We got Not Brandon. Says after party, we hit in the hotel lobby. We'll be there with OTC drugs for the group. Yeah, you got to be careful with Hunter's drugs. You got to be careful. That guy gets some drug. He's traveling all over the world. You got to be careful with drugs in general. This is not medical advice. Adesia's here. Says happy birthday, Joey. Man, thank you, Adesia. We're gonna go and celebrate. I still have a couple presents to wrap for the guy, and it's gonna be pizza and wings, and he's going to have a bunch of friends there. It's going to be madness. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Knox Beerman is also saying the same. Happiest of B-days to Chloe. Thank you for that, Knox Beerman. Yeah, we'll have to maybe post a video when we're over there. They're always fun celebrations, and he's going to have a lot of presents, and it's going to be fun. So let's see what's going on over on X. And check in with our friends over here. We're a little early today. 4 viewers. Okay, 4 viewers. All right. It's respectable. We're early, so, you know, it makes sense. Hey, Vianticus is sharing this. I don't know what this is, really. But it looks kind of cool, actually. I mean, it kind of makes garlic look kind of cool. I don't know if that's what the intent was. Is that like a monstrous character? Michael Allen says, Rob, you're awesome, and your hard work. Thank you, Michael Allen. Thanks for being here. And Raven Madness shared this link from DC Drano. Let's see what DC Drano said today. It says, breaking, House Financial Service Committee passes a bill to ban the Feds, Federal Reserve, from creating a CBDC. Huge step forward. Wow. That's interesting. So that would have to go through the full House and then through the Senate. We'll see if that happens, but it is a good first step. Stofers is here, says, but, he was Trump appointed. I wish I had $1 for every time I hear Trump appointed. I'd be richer than the Bidens. And Newton Leroy says, watching now, love your insight and wicked humor. Thank you, Newton Leroy. I appreciate you. And okay, my friends, that was it over on the X. And so we are a little bit early today. And so we are going to wrap it up. We had a couple of very nice birthday wishes come in from our friends on Locals. Thank you, guys. Pizza party for Joey sounds better than my idea. Happy birthday, Joey. Man, that's super nice. Thank you, Brandon, for sending that one in. I see the Rubos are sending one in, and GSD Lady is sending one. And so I appreciate you guys for sending that love in for my brother JoJo. And let's pull this one up real fast. We've got a nice puppy to share. We'll share the puppy since, you know, looks like a handsome fella or lady. Let's see what we got over on Locals. Joey's Pizza. I think it's simple pepperoni. Hey, look at that. Happy birthday to Joe. Thank you for that. Look at that handsome boy. Very nice. Thank you for sending that one in. So that's over on Locals. And the Rubos say, cake. Sent a tip and B-Day wishes earlier. Sending them again. Thanks, Rubos, for sending 2 of them in over to Joey. So, my friends, that's where we're going. We're going over to Locals. Our friends on YouTube, join us on Telegram. Grab the Telegram link in the community tab section on YouTube, and we'll see you over in the after party, watchingthewatchers.locals.com. We do want to send you back over to fieldofgreens.com so you can get your real organic superfood, get healthy, and you can save 15% off with code Robert when you check out. Also, want to say thanks to our mods and our meme smiths who mod down the floor for us here. Keep things nice and orderly. We've got John McGarvey, our friend Donut Mind Me, Dog Digger, JanEgg909, our friend John Allen, Zach Nichols, Beyond Geo, Zulu's here, Ronnie Cole, Playing Hooky, Just Cause, KB, and the Antipas Prime, all in the house. We also want to shout out our meme smiths, our friends Gigum, Nathan N810, Sleepy Dog Lee. We appreciate everybody who helps put this show together. We're grateful for you guys. So that is it for us. We are wrapping up with our after party for members only. We hope to see you there. But if not, well, we're going to be back here tomorrow. It's going to be Thursday already. Oh my goodness, it's going to be Thursday. And so there's going to be a lot to attend to, and we hope to see you here. We've got new members who are joining us. Dolphin Fan bringing in Forbidden Ruin, CeeLo, Dead Fish Cheese Spread, oh gosh, and P-Dub Designs along with Julius Visi, all coming in courtesy of Dolphin Fan is the man. And thank you, Dolphin, for bringing in our new members. And welcome aboard, new members. But that is it for us, my friends. So we will be back here tomorrow at the regular time on Thursday to get into it all again. And I hope to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful night, my friends. Sleep very well. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Bye. right, Mike?
Nobody else that's here. There, guys. Couple things before I get some else on. Emails and shit. Gas stations. Chick-fil-A. Exit 44. Sheets. We need gas. Getting off the mile. Racetrack. Oh God, there's somebody walking down this backpack. It's that freeway. Appalachian Bible College, Jody.
Oh, God. That's interesting.
I think isn't that where what's his name was supposed to go?
Yeah.
From Outlanders?
Oh, I don't know.
I think that's what it was.
Really?
Yeah. There's like a big marketplace here too. Oh, that's at exit 45. Alright, let's go to that one instead. They should have the sheets there too. Oh. Home of Bobby Bowden. Football coach. Oh, my ears are popping so much. It's broke down. Look like that match.
No, they're two different ones.
Oh, two different Baby Yoda ones?
Yeah.
My wife would have more than one pair of Baby Yoda sets. They'd be so close to each other that she would mix them up.
Mm-hmm.
Tamarack Marketplace. Unique. Fair. Diesel Open. Travel Plaza. I thought we were off the turnpike. I went to another toll. We're still on the turnpike. A detour. Shop and eat local. So this is it. Tamarack, Travel Plaza. I think I gas too. Okay, if the sheets or not. Wait, open daily. 9 to 7. Okay, we got hours. What the hell? Travel Plaza closes for the marketplace public. Okay, we hear you. You heard that signal.
Always the turn signal. He loses his mind.
Closed Tuesdays.
The fuck?
The other one said Thursdays, didn't it? I swear the other one said Thursdays.
I don't know.
Is it only diesel here? See, it's brand new. No gas, just diesel. It's not even open. Well, that one isn't. That part isn't. It's up here. It's all these shit. The future of travel. Okay, coming this fall. Tamarack Marketplace. Do I have a gas station? I see a gas station. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Oh, try to use gas. Just diesel.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I don't know if it's.
Oh, stop it. They got P2. Hey, chill. Let's go here. No tractor trailers.
There's the West Virginia.
That's the West Virginia means we ain't got shit for you. Is this main entrance, conference? I don't think this is what I thought it was. Camperton Center. I don't think this is what I thought it was. Oops. Where you doggy? RV and bus park. Yeah, this is like a shopping center or something. So this actually looks like it's going to take us in an area that has shit. Go Mark.
Yeah.
Ooh. Van Kirk Drive. Hey, Conk, we drove right by you, bud, today. Drove right through Marion. We're still about an hour away. It was a beautiful drive, though. Just leave right to it.
I don't care. No, I mean, you know me, I don't like being a passenger in the car.
Definitely got to clean this window shield. This window shield. We're gonna go this way. Big Creek, Scenic Trail, up to freeway, that way. See hotel. Head back, please. Thank you. See? Are you turning? Okay. Shit, I can't see shit that way. I have to just punch it. Oh, baby. I'm so hungry. Oh. Folks walking the Appalachian Trail. Got a Cracker Barrel. I don't think they'll accept Buddy at the Cracker Barrels. I guess just the Go Mart. I don't see anything else. Oh, there's BP.
Oh, Kansas shit.
Yeah, as I saw, you see a lot of gray. It's like, okay, yeah, there is stuff up there. That's the way it's taking us. Okay, Ruby Tuesday. Man, all the ones I've ever seen are closed.
Texas Steakhouse and Salute.
Well, we're in West Virginia. We want West Virginia Fair. There's one of these sheets. Speedway. Chick-fil-A.
Omelet Shop.
Omelet Shop? Instead of Waffle House? Let's see. Campster
Mexican.
Oh, they're all the same price though.
Fujiyama.
DQ Grill. Yeah. Some country gravy.
Beef jerky experience.
Oh, okay, good. I already have some in my bag. There's an IHOP up there. McDougal's, Pizza Hut, Sonic. Yeah. Oh, I was just running the red light. Oh. Way weird. That truck didn't leave no room next to it. Is there any grass? Take him?
Yeah.
I see no grass at all. Oh my God!
As long as you get him up by a hole, maybe a bush.
All right, dude, I'm coming. Go! He said, yes, so am I. At least, no. Oh, the flipped over water dish.
Oh, it's actually dry. Not very much.
Oh, this leash is soaked. Sorry, guys. So she did that. And wait for her to come back out. Wait. Yeah, we'll be back.
your neck. Yeah, big old eye boogie. Big old eye boogie. Is he eye boogies? Is he? Oh, gross. Oh, gross. Ivor, come here. Come here. Ivor. Ivor.
Ooh, shit. Yeah, see how fucking close that truck got?
Oh, no. It wasn't painted.
Change oil soon. Great. Should have done that before we left. Hey, you driving up here with us? Alright. I don't know what time we're in. Beckley Fire Station number 2. All right, guys, we're an hour out, but I'm not sure how good the signal's going to be when we get close to where we're staying. I'll try and leave it on, but if it dies, it dies. Hi. Squeaky nose. It's a stop bar there, but if I pull all the way up to it, I can't see the light. You know? Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, where we go? We're going east. No, we're not going back to Charleston. Charleston was beautiful. She's talking to you. He's talking.
Oh, it's already gone. Black leggings was after your man. Oh shit! Somebody after you?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Pasquale's. Yeah, West Virginia is known for their Italian food.
Really?
No.
Oh.
It was pure sarcasm. She wants you to look at the trailer to it. What was the name of that movie? Or he?
Swing up her plastic bag.
Oh yeah. You can tell by that, huh?
I actually think I know which one you're talking about.
The one that was right there at the door as we went by? Ugh. Like she's been inbred a couple times.
I feel like we're going to see quite a bit of that now.
You think?
That's easy. Where you going? Wait, you have to.
Because, well, I usually put my face in the driver's ear. Ooh, vineyard, see? Check to see if Lewisburg is a dry county, though.
Hell no.
Even dry counties, usually they sell it at restaurants. You know? You just can't buy it over the counter. Biscuit World! Seen quite a few of those now. The VA Medical Center, Sophia, Twin Falls Resort Park. They have a Lion's Den adult superstore here. It's like,
Just
look
like at home. Oh, we got one in, I wonder if that's
Fremont?
not Fremont.
Dolly's Diner.
I'm trying to think where I used to train that one dog at. On the way south, it might just be
Yeah, it's
all the
Macomb.
way in
It's the
Macomb.
Macomb. It's Macomb exit. Yeah. Now I'm frantic. I was like, you got cash? Because it said cash only, no credit cards. I'm like, fuck, I don't even know if they take the Easy Pass. They do. I'm trying to look it up on my other phone. Okay, we're going to Lewisburg.
There are no more dry counties in West Virginia.
Okay, then. All stores love that. They make their money. So fast coming down one of the mountains that dropped it into low. So I don't care if I'm using twice as much gas. I gotta use the engine. I'm not gonna ride the brake all the way down the mountain, you know? I literally was doing like 88. Oh, shit, this one's okay. Slow down for the instruction. Yeah, I was disappointed, but she just couldn't swing it good enough. She's a horrible plastic bag swinger. Oh shit! Well, I thought it was blocked for that whole thing, but there's a lane there.
I don't think you're supposed to go that way anyways.
I was. Watch. That's the exit. See, 42. Ooh. I swear, West Virginia roads. As soon as I got into West Virginia, I started. At one point, you had to go 1 mile back and forth. Okay, looks like it's supposed to split up ahead. Let's see. Okay, now it's got us taking 77.
Yeah, because I don't think you were supposed to
I was supposed to see how's that other lane there? It goes toward 64. We're supposed to be there, right in that lane.
No, because that pink right there is that lane.
That lane's going that way. And then it curves. No, it said 64, Lewisburg. See? Look at all these. Look. Now look at the time jumped up.
You fucked it up.
We're supposed to go that way. What do you think, Hyro? And see Lewisburg east. We're heading north. I think. Southeast. I think we're just approaching from a different angle now. This way. Never heard, buddy. Lane disappearing. See, I pinned the website to go on to the stream. So if I have to explain it over and over again, I'm like, click on the link.
is becoming early.
I mean, as opposed to like Pine Knob or something. Like we went to with your girlfriend. Huh?
Yeah, ditched us and probably went out for a drink.
It's fine. Man, fucking. Just clean the windshield. Look at that bug. Look at that shit. Happily, it's called. Sure. You want you to look at the trailer to the movie Happily. Gotcha. So this is basically like a ride home from work.
Yeah.
His dad misses another turn, and then it may be a bit longer. You can hear the bugs. Pop, pop, pop. Jeez. We want 70 here? Huh?
70.
Yeah.
What's the speed limit?
It's 70.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, but I feel like.
I feel like you're flying.
Yeah. So 70, that's 70 miles per hour, Hyro. So you guys go kilometers, don't you? Well, there's a lot of people that don't think that that's okay. They're pushing back pretty hard on this shit. In this country, anyway, in parts of this country, pushing back at the indoctrination in schools. Kids. Oh, you still use miles per hour? Okay. You just drive on the wrong side. There's a reason why right is called right. Yeah, well, it seems like this road really isn't built for 70 miles an hour. Maybe it's the old guy in me. Maybe just because I'm not used to driving it. I guarantee you I'd be doing like 60 if it was raining. I was looking at the old ass one time. Another toll road come up. I've never seen toll roads with all these exits though, you know, that aren't toll exits.
Right.
I guess that's why they charge them when they get out of the toll road. Yeah. Pay toll 1 mile. Yeah, see, you pay as you're getting on. Which kind of makes more sense. That way you don't have to have all the reduced exits. lights on the street. And a bunch of different people at different times. Ready from dirty to chopper chopper. They did, and then as soon as they started taking it away, we had a bit of a war to keep it. British taught Americans the idea of freedom. So you got yellow light, and then it turns green. Yep, paid. Thank you. Oh yeah. No, we're I'm not disillusioned to think we're actually free here. Yes, he's got his turn around. Will hit further turn around. Yeah, I'm not that disillusioned. I know we have more freedoms than most countries. Probably 90% of them, but it's always a constant. It's a constant struggle to try and fight the government taking them away. We just had a governor in New Mexico trying to take away people's Second Amendment rights. Oh shit. Flat top, odd road. What the fuck's that mean?
Flat top, odd road.
Odd road. It's probably a name of a mountain or something. Flat top, you know. What's the song? What's the West Virginia song? Take Me Home? I'm sure we'll hear that a couple times this weekend. Huh?
Probably. I'm sure everybody has their own cover of it.
West Virginia.
Is it West Virginia?
Mm-hmm. In fact, at the tolls, it says, "Take me home" on the toll booths. You didn't see it, but it said that. Winter Place Ski Resort.
Ski bar.
Rentals and sales.
Where the fuck do you ski?
Yeah, the mountains? There's mountains all over the place.
I know, but
You get cold. Well, I guess in the higher elevations of the mountains, it probably gets cold enough. Yeah. I've never heard anybody going to West Virginia to ski. Didn't get it. I mean, most people that aren't from Michigan don't realize that there's ski resorts in Michigan too. Yeah. I'm not talking about the Brighton or anything. I'm talking about Traverse City, Boyne Highlands. No, there's Ghent. Okay. Ghent Church of God. Flat Top Lake. See? Aren't all lakes flat? On top? Huh? No, it won't start. Just because I'm going slow.
slow with turn signals.
Alright, I'll stop using turn signals unless I see cops. Some stables. I don't see no horses. Kent Elementary School. No, I'm not. I'm doing 10 under the speed limit. It's 55 on here. Oh, Ghent Fire and EMS. There's the fire station. We got lots of tanker trucks. Shit, we're turning here. Sorry, turning signal. What the fuck? Where's this taking us?
Yeah.
I'm hoping we stay connected.
We're gonna end up in a fucking horror story.
Ding, 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 ding. I know.
Don't worry, buddy. You'll probably survive. It'll be fine.
Oh my. That makes me nauseous. Roller coaster shit. Holy shit. What the fuck road are we on? This is Doc Miller Road. Dude. I don't need the distraction. Yeah, we shouldn't have made that bad turn. Wow, some nice houses though. Since we're still 50 minutes away though. This is what I was kind of expecting as we're approaching.
Oh, it says 32.
Doc Miller Road. That truck is. He spun around. It's the truck that just went the other way. Behind us now. Drive us off the road. I'm sorry, this road is too bendy for me to read the chat. Maybe just everybody has the same truck. Is that a Suzuki car? I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Jesus. You know who's the last person I knew who owned a Suzuki? Cam. It blew up on him. Oh, there's some left stuff. Some moo-moos. That's what I'm saying. I can't take my eyes off the road for a second. Jesus, look at this. How far we gotta go on this road?
It looks like it gets worse, too.
I know. There's some hairpin turns coming up. Cook Brothers Meat and Fence Company. That sign said meat and fence. Well, I guess you need fence to keep your meat corralled up. He's still behind us. Why? Yeah, I think this is taking us directly into where we would have gone and then been a short jaunt off of the freeway, you know? We're like literally backwoods in it all the way there. Dude, stop. Yeah, I'd have rocks like that in front of my lawn too. Fuckers drunk, flying down the road, run into the house. Here we go. Come on, you get half, I get half. Get over. Ooh, I wonder how old some of those tombstones are. The whole cemetery. Is there a stop here? Yeah, there's a stop. Odd place for the stop sign, but okay. All right. Now we get some more twisties coming up. Some drunk motherfuckers made these roads. That damn moonshine. But this is how the NASCAR drivers learned. Because they were bootlegging, you know, moonshining, trying to get away from the revenuers. Learned to drive when these were dirt roads. like this, skidding around the corners. Let's see over on my side because I can't see around any of these corners. So we got Little Bethel Chapel.
There's like not even a parking lot for that church.
No, they're on walks. Oh, shit. This would be fun on a motorcycle.
Well, I would live out here, like,
Yeah.
and do remote admissions for legends. I don't need to come. I will still work for you. I ain't coming to deal with bullshit. I'm going to live in the hills of West Virginia.
Ooh, new fence. New money. I like that chain. That's cool. It's not going to keep anything in.
No, that's what I was just saying.
It's all decorative, but little prefab house thrown on a foundation there.
There's just like random trailers in the woods
Mm-hmm.
down there.
I can't go.
I know you can.
I got death curves here. Shit, I thought we had dead man curves. So you're teasing me, Dad. You keep slowing down. Because I don't want to die. This reminds me of UP here. Like this.
Yeah.
All the roads up there are like this.
I just wonder how long it's going to take us to get to dinner. I feel like we're going to have an hour drive to dinner.
No, I don't think so.
No?
It's not even on, it's what, 30 something minutes to Lewisburg. That's a decent sized city. Yeah? We're just cutting through this shit. It's a newer house. Getting dim. My goggles out. Oh, shit. Oh, much better. Oh, look at the hills there. Wow, this is pretty though.
Hi, Bar. You know how many?
I've heard property is pretty cheap here in West Virginia.
Yeah.
That's a new house. Stone, brick. Looks like an 80s house there. Oh, that's cool. The Clampets. Holy crap. That's what you expect in West Virginia right there.
Right.
Mountain View Road is what we're on. I guess that's true. Oh, wow.
Holy shit. Oh my.
That's a big house.
It's like a fucking hotel.
Look at the thing in the middle up on top. It's like an observatory or something. Some rich motherfucker live. Oh, and then look across the street.
That's like their
They're pissed. They're like, they just raised the property tax, my property taxes by building that mansion.
Whatever. That's like their meth head son they kicked out. They're like, you can go live across the fucking street. And then you got this right here.
Oh!
Dude, you have the worst windshield fucking shit ever.
Where did it hit?
I don't know.
It sounded like it hit on the side. Something fell. Or somebody threw a rock or something. Yeah, this is like the UP here. We drop like that. Look at that. Look at that. We're looking at the top of trees.
Made me sick to my stomach.
Damn. You pull off on there, you dead.
Yeah, you done.
Yeah, well, the trees will probably hold you somewhat, depending how fast you're going. Oh, stop it. I'll just lower the volume for a second.
Ivor Stanley. What is your problem?
Is that really his name?
Huh?
Or are you just saying that?
No, that's his name.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, cows.
Cows?
Cows.
No cows.
They're back there.
Okay. Hey, don't take your eyes off the road. Wow. Man, I can't imagine driving this dark in the dark at night. Well, this looks like a PUBG type garage here with no roof but it's all brick. Looks like they're building it still. Running out of money. This fucking corner.
Cows.
We're coming around you, cows. Gonna work our way around you. Oh wow, look at the reflection off the pond. See the tree? Pretty cool. We still have toll to pay. Apparently.
Where?
It says there's still $4.25 left in our toll. They're probably gonna get us right back on 64. We probably just cut all the way across. Back on the other freeway we were supposed to be on. It's kind of a cool detour though. Only actually had about 10 minutes, you know. Oh shit, someone just drove down my road. That only happens once or twice a day.
Fucking Ohio plates.
Damn Yankees are moving in. Imagine this being. Oh!
Okay. Wow. Oh, shit ton of.
Yeah. There's a whole herd of deer here. Bucks, too.
Aw.
They're good.
Chilling with the horses.
I bet. Rather they're on that side of the fence. That way they don't get hit. Yeah. Horses ain't hurt. Big A-frame. I always thought I'd like one of those. My Uncle Ralph and Aunt Sharon had one time though. There's no room in them.
No, and it's just a high-ass ceiling for what? Like,
yeah. Which makes heating a pain in the butt.
Another church.
Okay. There's a bit of bounty there. Well, they got cable. What? Oh, there's a cow on the side of the hill. Oh, no, there's a bunch of them. Yeah. Just watching these corners. You can't see anything around these corners. See? See? They're being careful though, too. Good. Good for them. Dude! Chill the flock out. Oh. Somebody's caught up to me. Do it quick, so no one's coming. Oh my goodness. I don't have anything in this game. What's the point of having him skiing or skiing if he ain't got no skiing? Water taker. No, this is West Virginia. The mountains of West Virginia. They can build a house there one day. There's a meter and everything there. Power meters. You see that? Yeah. Next to their camper. That's pretty smart, actually. Have them run electricity out to it. Bring a camper out there while you're building. That's what James Freeman did. Or is kind of still doing. He built the barn first. Yeah. But, I mean, he had a huge settlement with lawsuits. Over a couple hundred, I think, like $250,000. It's gonna take us to a real road. Looks kind of straight. Mountain View Road. Damn. Woo. Route 25. Oh, car's right past. 55 miles an hour on this one. Oh, then it drops. Watch road pirate. Jumping Branch. We're in Jumping Branch, West Virginia. There used to be a couple stores here. One here too, there used to be. Jumping Branch just didn't make. Oh, no deer. Oh, baby deer. Is that bad? Dude, this ain't much better. It's 55. I don't think so.
Hi, Bar.
Must be fishing down that way. A fish and a hook with an arrow. That's the fishing hole.
Church.
Bluestone Baptist, of course. Nice house. Greenhouse in the back. I wonder what they're growing in that.
Wheat.
West Virginia. I was telling you though, West Virginia's got like some. I'm actually curious to see how much is going to be there because, or even how much you're going to smell there. It definitely ain't going to be like Michigan. You know, because their laws are so strict in West Virginia.
Why? Why do you think that is?
Just they haven't adopted it.
Please don't get arrested in West Virginia.
I already am. I mean, my cave. It's literally sitting on my card.
Oh, okay.
It sits on my card. And nothing, if I ever get pulled over, I have nothing in here. Everything's in there. So I don't have a reason to even look in here. Vintage stone. I thought all stone was pretty old. You know what I mean?
Oh, another Baptist church.
Nimitz Missionary Baptist. Oh, another town. Nimitz. Okay, that makes sense. Was that like after the Admiral? Admiral Nimitz? Extremely steep. 8% grade here. Maybe not much deeper than what we already went through. Maybe because it's a faster. It's 55 here. I don't think so. I'm doing 35, sorry. All y'all West Virginians that want to get behind me, go ahead. Pass me when you think you can. Oh, fuck, you could take this at 55. That was 30. We're coming down off the mountain now. Look at this shit. No, next 4 miles going downhill. Okay, yeah, 15 miles in the curves. Okay, that makes more sense. Rough road. Looks like some of the trees are even starting to turn around here. Huh?
Jesus.
I meant it when they said
Do
15.
not go over that. Good God. Oh God, that just made me sick looking down.
Don't do it then.
Well, I
Looks
didn't mean
great.
to until I thought you were gonna go over the fucking side of it.
I didn't even get in the. I touched the white line. They weren't kidding when they said 15.
No.
Actually, it's down a lot more. It's 20.
Years.
I wonder why it's so quiet. Their volume's just super low. Because I'm tired now, I'm trying to get rid of these ear pops. Oh, wow. Three more miles. That was 1 mile so far. Thompson Bailey Farm. Behind me at least. We're catching something. I saw a green something up ahead. They're probably local, so they know to go slow. Look at that. They need that all the way along this road. The guardrail. Like that.
Yeah.
All the way.
It's like something smoked it.
Yeah. Didn't quite make that curve. There's a guy whose daughter got killed hitting one of these because it was installed incorrectly. He goes around the country. He goes around the country pointing out all the ones that are installed incorrectly. He says 80% of them are installed, the bolts are in the wrong direction or something like that. That's what killed her, I guess.
Oh, that one got smoked.
Oh, yeah, it did. Getting some viewers. Drive safe. Yeah, man. It's a fiction from Hollywood movies. No, it's true. This is it.
Yeah, it's like it's been all these have been smoked a few times.
Fucking long breaks today. Anything else?
Ginger.
I'm afraid to fucking take two hands off the wheel.
Making me nauseous.
Why? You know what? I could do without that first top off. Why do they fill these up so much? One more mile, babe. We're almost down, not the mountain. It keeps looking higher, and we keep getting lower. Reduce speed ahead. That's a joke, right? I don't think I've done the speed limit yet. I'm doing 33 in a 45. This is what they call the holler.
The holler?
The holler. They don't call them valleys. They call them hollers. People live down in the hollers. I think they do. They call them the here end in Kentucky.
Oh, look, another Baptist church.
Really love my sticker on the back of my car.
Imagine if we drove my car down here.
Just I'm not. It just means doc. Oh, Presbyterian. Which way are we going, right? Oh, look at that. Wait. See, that's the weed it came from there.
Yeah.
What the hell's this? It's a river. I don't know what river it is. Let's see. 45. Let's get a little rapids there.
Pizza and subs.
Water dog outdoors. Twisted tea. There you go. They got beverages there, honey. Oh, it's not telling us so far away.
I know, I was wondering what I was trying to see. Okay, so we've got some. Alright, so we got a Subway. We had pizza and subs back there.
Is that really a Subway? Oh, here is an actual bar and grill. Oh, DQ.
Bonus.
Hey, we ran into the modern world here, kind of. Oh damn, this guy's right in my hands. I'm doing the speed limit. Oh, turn left up here. This is what is it called? Kirk's. Welcome Beirut Marines. Punched it as soon as I got over. Veterans Memorial Bridge, but what's the waterway? Doesn't say. If you had Google Maps, that would say. Greenbrier Drive. Oh wait, this is why where Greenbrier is. You know about Greenbrier, right?
No.
It's it was secret. Is that it up there? No. Okay. It's supposed to be like a secret place in case of the apocalypse that Congress was supposed to go to. It's like underground blast doors and stuff on it. But it was supposed to. It was Greenbrier Resort. culverts in. Oh, something New River. Is it New River? Yeah, but it got its cover blown, so they just have turned it into an actual resort. Wrecked on the Sino.
Greenbrier River.
Oh, that would be why it's called Greenbrier Road. It's not the Greenbrier. I think actually the Greenbrier is Maryland. The thing I'm talking about. We're pretty close to it. It's a pretty river. Shallow river. We're supposed to have a river in the backyard of the place we're staying at too. I don't know if it's going to be this big. I don't even know if it's this river. But there's a river there. I looked at it on the Google Maps. Skidmore's live bait. Oh shit, we got a county hospital coming up. And we're passing it. Probably goes up to it there. Huh? Summers County Hospital up there. Main Street Care. Oh, there it is. Appalachian Regional Healthcare, Summers County Hospital. Yeah, I had to take an ambulance sometimes. Or even being in the back of one. I'm not making this guy happy behind me. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not doing 55. Pass me. Don't know where I'm at. This is pretty. Recycling Center, Summers County Recycling Center. The Greenbrier River Watershed. Now leaving. The river's still here. Side road closed. Okay, we ain't going on the side roads. Summers Concrete. Oh, Methodist. We dropped to 2. We back. Always chatting. People just have us open. They're nice. Yeah, I literally I was getting the circle of death for like 5 miles there. I'm not saying it's going to stay on though. We are definitely in the boonies.
13 minutes. We were just like 10 minutes away.
10 miles.
No, I swear we were 10 minutes. Maybe I read it wrong. So tired of being in this car.
Yeah. Tunnel. There's a tunnel? There's a tunnel? There's a tunnel. Oh, that's some mangled up guardrail there. Guardrail seems too low to me. Don't it?
Yeah.
Don't look like it's guarding much.